button to click. All right, I am live after almost ending my stream 1 minute into stream, which I have done before. I believe I've done that before. All right, there we go. Howdy. Hi. Happy today. Also, it's Valentine's Day for those of you who care. But Valentine's is fun. It's yeah. All right. I think today is a good day to paint with a bunch of pinks and reds. Like, I don't know. Hopefully, if I do environments with red skies, hopefully it doesn't turn into, like, apocalypse scenes. But I think it'll be fun to try to paint red and... Hey, Pepperly! 5-minute thumbnail. How's it going? 5-minute warm-up. Nice. Also, Canada Hazuki, how's it going? Hello, hello. Hope you're doing well. All right, let's do a 5-minute warm up. Let me start the timer. I can't remember. Let's see. Countdown timer. Why is it? I don't know why it was turned off. That's weird. Also, Streamlabs was doing something funky today when I started it. Hopefully it's not gonna break or something midstream. Also, my internet died yesterday, which might be a sign. Oh, yeah, anyway, I'm just gonna cross my fingers and hope that everything's good. But yeah, how's everyone doing? Canada, hope you're doing well. Pepperly, hope you're doing well. Thanks for the redeem. I will start off the stream with a 5-minute warm-up. It'll be fun. Okay. Oh gosh, I just woke up from a nap. If I sound like I'm tired and half asleep, it's because I am. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think my brain's waking up, but I think my voice and the rest of me still feels like it wants to be asleep. Okay, what am I doing? I need a start timer. Start, and paint. Just that. Oh, here, I'm gonna minimize this so I can read chat. Okay. Paint. Quick, go fast. Okay, reds. That's what I said, right? Also, new layer. Whoa, my fingers were off the keyboard. Nope, wrong buttons. Control N. Okay, reds. Control N for new layer. Hey, Skittle, how's it going? All right, we got a little bit of red. We got a little bit of some white in there. Some pinkish colors, maybe some darker purpley colors. I don't know. Timer is frozen. Oh, it is. I haven't started the timer. Of course not. No, wait. I thought I did. Okay, well, there we go. I'll let it count down a moment. Thank you. Thanks for the heads up. Good. It's going, hope it's going well. It is going well. Okay, now I'll start back again. All right, let's put some pink sky in there. I don't like this purple in there. I think if we're gonna go pink skies, we should have a little bit of the opposite of red. Some very subtle, okay, that looks like green. Hey, Arkitol, if I'm saying that right. How's it going? Also, I'm on the wrong layer. No? I don't know what I'm on. There we go. Okay, yeah, a little bit of green, the opposite of red. We don't need to do that. That's not like a requirement. I know some people will notice me doing lots of like complementary colors. I don't think it's that important, actually. I think it just tends to happen when you do a lot of like warm and cool. Actually, I'm gonna cool this down and do more of a blue in here than an actual green. Hi, hello, hope you're doing well. Okay, right now this looks like nothing, but I'm gonna take that blue, make it a little darker, put it in here in the ground. Kind of a weird color, but it'll work. So I'm already thinking like a field of flowers, because, you know, Valentine's or something, maybe. And so one of the things that happens a lot when you have fields of flowers is like all the little dark spots between them. So I'm putting in some little dark foreground spots. But yeah, Skittle, how are you? Hope you're doing well. You said you're doing good. That's good. Okay, I don't like how this is going. But let's add in a overlay. And a blue. And that. Ooh, that's something. Yeah, not liking this so far, but we'll see where we can go with this. We have 2 minutes left. I'm just putting some... I feel like when I bust out the overlay on a 2-minute or a 5-minute thumbnail, you know it's going poorly. Because this is when, like, I'm struggling to find the colors, or I'm just... I go into experiment mode. Very rarely, there are a few exceptions, but rarely when I'm doing overlays and stuff, I'm, like, in problem-solving mode. Whereas if I'm just painting, kind of going with the flow, I'm typically not, like, fiddling around with different things. I would just paint it, though, you know, freehand. So, generally speaking, when I do that, you can tell. You can be like, oh, he's floundering. I mean, that's not always true, but a lot of times. Sometimes I plan for it, like if I do a lot of... Okay, let's add some fun clouds. Swooshy clouds. How is your day going? What are you doing? Hello, Article. That's not how you say your name, is it? Architical. Architical. My day is going well. What am I doing? I am doing a 5-minute thumbnail sketch. Somebody redeemed a 5-minute sketch. It's a good way to warm up. It's just a fun thing to do. I'm not working on anything in particular today. I'm just making environments. I typically do a bunch of sketches, kind of like this, and then we vote on them. So, something like those, and then we vote, and then I paint one of them. And those were last streams or a couple streams ago, but today's I don't know what we're going to do yet. I want something, maybe something in the distance. Some big, tall towers. Maybe some heart-shaped towers. That's kind of weird, but maybe it'll work. Those are kind of weird heart-shaped towers. I don't know. For Valentine's, you know? Okay, I don't like how big those are. That's not a very good heart. That is a poorly drawn heart. 11 seconds? Oh gosh. Well, we didn't do a good job there. But that's okay. You know, that's for the warm-up. It's gotten my hands moving. Okay, this is the messiest thing I've ever done. Well, if I don't want to spend more time on this one, I need to spend more time on this. This is, hold on, let's do this. A pathway kind of to the heart. A path to the heart. It's so cheesy, but you know what? Little bits of paths there. There we go. A literal... Okay, well, it doesn't really look like a path. I don't know. That's something. It's not looking great, but it's colors. You know what? Maybe we can do... maybe we do a slight overlay. I know I said that was me in floundering mode, and it kind of is. What if we do like a little bit of a pinkish haze? Or even just like an airbrush with a little bit of pink? Like a bright pink. I don't know. It's basically just atmospheric perspective with a little bit of darker color. I don't know. There's not much going on here. But there we go. But yeah, my day is... Oh, hey, Vegas! I missed you. I didn't see her come. You say hello. But hi. Add floating hot air balloons. That's not a bad idea. That's a good idea. You know what? Those pink ones should have been balloons. Yeah. Little balloons. Little circles. Just blobs. But yeah, hey Vegas. Hey Sad Bear Club. Or Sad Bear Cub. How's it going? Anyway, that works. Little balloons back there. Obviously we don't know those are balloons, but I'm not going into detail. But anyway, that's our 5 minutes is long up, so. And we have a crashed hot air balloon heart. Oh, that's sad. Or maybe it's not crashed. Maybe it's just sitting there. Those are some pink hot air balloon hearts. There we go. But yeah, I hope everyone's doing good. I already said that like 3 times today. You can tell where my head's at. It's still waking up. Okay, we're good. We're good. We got some hearts going in here. We got our little hot air balloons. Maybe little flowers that are, I don't know, a different color. Purple. Put some purple in here. Just slap it in. Maybe, I'm just putting little dots because that can represent flowers. And then as I go back, I'm going to make them more pinky purple. Oh, that didn't really change much, did it? There. That's a proper Valentine's sketch. And then I'm going to go in here, and there's this bluish looking color. It's not real blue, but it kind of looks blue. And I'm going to make it more blue. Well, that's not blue enough. This feels more blue. Just a bit. I realize this is not a proper 5-minute thumbnail sketch, but it ended up being like a 10. Yeah, but basically I'm putting in a little bit of blue up here, just because it's a color that's already gonna work in the scene, and it should work anyway. There we go. Hello! Good day! Hello, Iron Matt! How are you? How's everyone? What's everybody working on today, or what's everybody up to? Anyone have any fun plans or stuff going on today? Okay, next painting. That's not a bad sketch. I mean, I don't know what's going on here, but you know what? Don't question it. It doesn't matter what's going on there. Okay, let's keep with the red and pink theme. I don't know, just felt like a good thing to do today. Some red and pink environments. This is your only plan? Nice. This is my only plan too. I am streaming, and then I have no plans after. Well, probably I will at the end of today. I'll probably play some games. I might play some games with my brother, and then I'll sleep, and that's it. I don't really have plans. Otherwise, just working on comic. Nice. That is good plans. Alright, I'm just making a gradient. Sometimes, oh, you know what? Somebody asked me, somebody DM'd me on Instagram, and I'm not gonna, like, leak DMs or anything, because that's rude, inappropriate, and just bad to do. But somebody DM'd me on Instagram asking, because it's not super common people DM me asking questions that, like, you can basically ask on stream. But they asked me how I come up with ideas, which is a thing I've talked about a million times, and I ramble about it. But, like, today, I don't have an idea. I'm just more like, let's paint with red and pink. Hey, Omi, hello. So I am not that late today. You are not late today, Omi. But yeah, people, you know what I've realized? Okay, does YouTube have the option of auto-translating to languages other than English? Does it have that feature yet? Because I know it has English subtitles, and I think Twitch does too, right? Are they the same? I don't actually know. Because I was thinking about this today. Like, if one would be better for, like, non-English viewers. Not that I'm going to have a lot of those, but maybe. And I was wondering if one has subtitles that could be turned to different languages. Anyway, I don't know. For subtitles, yes. Okay. Because I feel like YouTube is better on the subtitle front, right? It's gotta be. Anyway, I don't know why I just thought of that. But anyway, only, I guess, because Omi popped in on YouTube, and so yeah. There's sometimes people chatting on YouTube, not very often, but I've been really bad about reading YouTube chat and comments. Yeah, anyway, I'm trying to get better. It has live English subtitles. Okay, good to know. Another artist I watch has way better Twitch subs than YouTube. Okay, interesting. I know you can use... Actually, do I even have Twitch subs? I don't know. You speak Spanish and use ChatGPT to translate for you in real time, says article. Oh, interesting. I imagine... This has been a... I know people get controversial about ChatGPT and AI and Gen AI, everything in general. But I feel, and I've said this basically since day one, if there's one thing like LLMs should be able to do very well, is language and language translation. Because like enough people talk in languages and translate languages. Like you would think if it has all that data, it should be able to do a pretty good job. That feels like my hunch. And so I think that's cool. I feel like live language translation is a cool thing. And if it's gotten better, I don't know if it has gotten better, but I know like human programmed rules is really clunky because like people break language rules so much. Like humans are terrible when it comes to following their own grammatical rules, and like there's more exceptions in English than non-exceptions to half the rules that we make up, and so yeah. But anyway, that's a random ramble. Omi on YouTube says, yeah, it do have live subtitles. Okay. Your subtitles aren't active right now, but you have a plugin pop up. Okay, let me turn them on. There we go. Wait. Nope, not yet. Connect Twitch. Or connect with Twitch. Let me turn on Twitch's subtitles. There we go. Okay. Now they're turned on. Or they should be. Pepperly says, there was an instance of Claude AI recently that had a crash out because the code it suggested was declined on GitHub. It posted a whole discrimination against AI blog post. Was a great Saturday morning read. What? Okay, I feel like there's... So why... I mean, why was it declined on GitHub? Was it just like terrible code? Or was it... Is it because they specified that it was AI written? And like... Now I'm curious. This sounds like hot. This sounds like drama, and I'm here for it. I know internet drama is not good for you. At least, well, maybe it is. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's good for you, but I will admit I like it in small doses, especially if I can control when I get the drama. Also, let's make a tree here. We're gonna make some white trees. You see them. That's good. Yeah, subs are now on Twitch. The person who owned the repo said, "You're an AI. We want this to be for beginner human coders." Fair enough. That is totally valid. I think that's valid. And also, like, you know, not to be that guy, but like I'm not one for like discrimination, but at the same time, who here's feelings are hurt because AI's code isn't accepted? Like, surely it's not you, the artist, or the creator, who thinks that you're, you know,
your AI's, like, are you getting offended on behalf of the computer, or is the computer the one raising, I don't know. There's something there where it's like, even what exactly are we talking about? Who cares, right? Would I feel bad if somebody's discriminating against the, I mean, ultimately I think it comes down to the people and the communities who actually do the thing, like the actual coders who actually code, and they can make the choices, I think, based on what they feel like how AI is or is not hurting their niche or in their corner of the world or the corner of their internet. And I think the same is true with artists, right? If artists are saying, hey, this whole this AI thing for making art is not a good thing and we don't want it, I feel like the artists are the good people to, like, say if they find it useful, because like artists will use it if they're finding it useful. Like, that's just, but for the most part I think they will. And if they think it's genuinely making better art, they will do it. I think that the problem is when people are doing it not because it's better art, but because it, like, cuts corners and makes things, maybe makes money, but not, the art is worse. And then people are doing this, like, trade-off of, like, making worse art and doing a worse job at what their job was. And then that's where I feel like I think that's artists' big complaint with it. From my position, right? People are like, this is not making better art. It's making worse art. But yes, people will use it to cut corners because it's quicker and you can fool people and trick them, and then you can get some money. And I think that if that's the motivation behind using the program is just money, then I think it's a bad motivation. But and that's where I think the community should decide. Because if some communities, especially if you're a purely money-driven community, go for it. Go for using it. If you think it's making you more money, why not? But if you actually care, I don't know, but if there's a community who cares more about the product and they view that AI is not good. Again, I can't speak on programming AI. I know Vegas is here. He programs. I think he said he uses AI. Whatever. Like, that's not for me to decide on a programmer side. I don't know the ins and outs of it. I genuinely don't have much of an opinion on that. And honestly, even at this point with, like, AI art, I have yet to see an example where I'm like, that art could not have been done, or, like, I have yet to see art where I know what the initial goal was and see what the output is and be like, that did a better job than a human could. I have yet to see that. It's possible, and I would love to see it, but I have yet to see. And maybe I'm just an art purist and I want art to be made well, and the speediness of it is kind of irrelevant in some ways. At the same time, I'm a little bit of a hypocrite because I do want art to, like, I want to be able to make the art that I want to make fairly quick. And yes, sometimes that means there's a sketch and that sketch is done quickly at the expense of, precision, because, like, it's just the vibes, kind of. Like, I just want the vibe of the thing I'm painting. And it's not about super precise, line work. And I think that's fine, to decide to make that trade-off. But I think you should, I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know where I'm going with this. But I'm putting a little bit of blue in here. I like the blue-purple vibes with the pink. I feel like having a little bit of, like, blue shimmer makes it look nice. It's like a weird, mysterious swamp thingy. Places putting down millions of dollars to save $15 an hour for human work. Yeah, I mean, I think that's my issue with the whole AI thing, is, like, people aren't doing it because they think it's making a better product, right? They're not doing it because they think, oh, this customer service would be better if we had people not talk to humans, right? They're not saying that. If they genuinely thought the AI was giving better customer service and could actually solve problems and like, fulfill the thing that angry customers, the problems that they have, if they genuinely thought that, and it actually was the case that it could do it, I'd be all for it too. If I could actually, if I have a banking problem and I could call up a bank and talk to my bank robot and it would solve the problem for me super fast, that would be great. The problem is, it just ends up you trying to do anything you can to avoid talking to the stupid customer service robots so that you can get a real human on the line so they can actually answer your question the way that you want it to, right? Like, it's not actually doing a better job. It is saving them money, and I totally get that, but I want a world where cool stuff exists, and it's good, and it's better than the, like, human made or not, let's focus on quality and not just pure quantity. Like, I get it, companies scale, they want quantity, they want to scale to infinity and have an infinite number of custom AI stuff and whatever. It's that just, to me, makes it feels like that's a worse world. Anyway, rant over. Article says, what is the storyteller of your artwork? The story, there is no story right now. Right now, I am in searching mode. I am in just having fun, thinking about, maybe these things are trees, and maybe there's, maybe a person in a boat here going down. How do I draw this in perspective? Maybe there's a person in a boat, a rowboat. I don't know how to draw a boat. Who am I kidding? Boats are hard to draw. Maybe there's a person in a boat. I don't know how to draw boats. Boats are hard. Gotta be the hardest thing to draw, is boats in perspective. Anyway. Yeah, so maybe there's a boat here with a person in it or something. They're going down. Maybe there's two people because it's Valentine's Day, and they're hanging out in a boat together, just boating down the river. That's a big boat. Hold on, let's make the people a little bigger here, and maybe these people in the boat. Here's two people in a boat. They're boating. They're doing boating stuff. And then they're going down, and maybe there's these things are like, I don't know, something. Pavik, hello. Joe Stream says Stoic. Hey, Stoic. Vegas says, I use AI for programming a lot, but it does occasionally give you some really stupid garbage. It's good at doing large, tedious changes or just getting things started and helping you ensure your matching patterns and staying consistent. You still have to do a good bit of babysitting, but it does speed things up, some things up. Yeah, I mean, I think that's totally fair. Like, and I think a lot of it probably is, well, I don't know. I can't speak for AI or for programming, because, like, I don't know how important, like, the way that you program specifically is affecting the outcome. Like, I feel like in art, I'm a believer that it matters a lot, that the process matters, not just from like not from like a philosophical point of view, but like from a practical, I genuinely think it affects the outcome in very, I mean, because I think design is so integrated, and I've rambled about this quite a bit in the last few streams, so I'm not gonna, I'll bear repeating it, or I won't repeat it. I mean, I don't know what that word means. I think process matters a lot because I think design is baked into it, right? Unless you are purely just copying or drawing directly from something, most of the time you're making choices and decisions that matter because you can only make them when you approach them. It's not just some big grand, again, human perception is not just like having a photo in your head, right? You're not just drawing from a photo. And so I think that's probably a big difference of like where programming is. Like, you're more concerned probably with the output. Like, does it do the thing I want it to do? Yes or no? And so long as it does, then it does. And like, who cares what that process looked like? Maybe, I don't know. I'm not a programmer. Don't know for sure. But I know in art, I don't think in art it's about that, because I think the way you get to a piece of art that does what you want it to do is by going through a design process of some sort. And having a process that can, you know, tease out different possibilities and actually do iterations, and not just like random crap, you know, not like monkeys throwing stuff against the wall kind of thing and seeing what sticks, but like choices and research and learning as you go and running into problems and having to problem solve them. Like that, you know, starting broad and getting specific. AI starts specific and then you have to like try to undo the specificity. Like that's weird to me. I feel like that's back anyway. You guys know my stance. So yeah, that's why I think that people using the thing shouldn't, because you know your processes, and if again you can speak on that. Like I do think it's tricky though when you have like a non-programmer or a non-artist who comes in and is like, this is good for me. It's like, well, if you didn't have a way of working before, how do you know that it's not like, it's hard to make a comparison, right? Like, and I think it can definitely feel, I don't know. That's a tough one to make. But anyway, so yeah, what am I painting here? I am painting, I don't know, they look like a weird swamp. I really like painting swamps. I think it's one of my favorite things to paint. Painting some swamps. Pepperly says, I want robots to wash my dishes and laundry and fold and do my folding and dust the corners of my house while I have time to do fun things. I don't want automation of the fun things. Yeah, that's totally valid. I mean, honestly, I mean, yes, that too, but yeah, I think one of my big arguments is just I feel like maybe I'm just getting old and I'm like, I want quality over quantity, you know, just cranking out stuff for the sake of cranking it out because cranking stuff out makes money. Like, I get it. There will be industries that can crank stuff out and make money because maybe there was a shortage of people cranking things out to make money. And so good for you. But like, is that what we need in the world? I don't know. I just feel like let's try to make the world a better place and not a crappier place. I know that's a big ask, but like, I don't think making money is the thing that should not be, it should not be the metric that we use. That's my hot take. Now let's add some more boats over here. But yeah, anyway, that's the world doesn't have a productivity problem. Yeah, I mean, that's especially with, yeah, I mean, I don't think so. I mean, nowadays the problem is like finding stuff problem, right? Because you have so much garbage that you have to like sift through it. And it's like, who's sifting through it? And I think a lot of times, like, if you view it from a money side, obviously AI is a no-brainer, right? Like, yeah, you can make lots of stuff really fast for basically, I mean, maybe it's not a no-brainer actually, because it's still costing companies a boatload. But I don't know. From the consumer side, it does seem like it's a no-brainer, but it also feels like it's making the world a crappier place, and nothing, which to me just means nothing of substantial quality, at least in the art sense, right? Nothing of quality where you're like, oh, this is adding a lot of you know, non-monetary value to the world. I don't feel like that's a thing that I have ever said. Like, oh wow, I'm sure glad this thing exists. Where would we be without it? But, you know, maybe I will be wrong, and I'm sure there will be examples, right? But again, even one example, like, I feel like you need you need more non-examples than example. You know, at some point you need like a higher hit rate. Like if AI can reliably make stuff where the viewer leaves more fulfilled, you know, if they watch a video and the video is AI and they're like, they leave more fulfilled, or if it's information material, they leave with more correct information or more novel information, right? Like whatever the metrics we're using, depending on the circumstance, which is gonna vary, right? It'll change. I think that's where I feel like you need a higher success rate. And for some things, right, some fields, and this is why I'm mostly trash talk generative AI, but because obviously there's like lots of AI that is not generative that does do like, you know, solving problems and doing things that humans don't want to and can't do, and you know, like there's absolutely things that, you know, in the most vague sense, but that's not what I'm talking about. Okay, anyway, we're painting stuff. Got that topic out of the way. Rant over. Also, my glasses are smudgy. Oh boy. I can see the smudges. They're just right in my view. Okay. But a lot of programming I do is now stuff I've done a million times. Fair enough. But what somebody considers fun is subjective. I know people were cleaning the house is fun. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even a huge fan of that argument of like, I want robots to do the stuff that I don't want to do so I can do the stuff that I do. Ultimately, I think if it's genuinely meaningful work and it can be automated, then I'm happy for it, right? Like, I think if it's genuinely like important that it gets done and you can do it, great. What is my YouTube channel? It's do I have that as a link? I don't make videos. I just stream on YouTube. It's the same thing as Twitch basically. It's just JStiller30. But yeah, no, I think for me it's less about like obviously if I mean, I will spend my time trying, yeah, I mean, it's also not quite simple as that. Like, sometimes I love cooking, sometimes I hate it. Certainly would enjoy it less if I had to do it to pay my rent. Yeah. That's true. There is always, like, yeah. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this is okay because I don't like it. Or like I don't like the process, therefore it's fine to audit. Like I think it's more like, does it do like, and again, this is where I struggle because there is an argument, you know, like don't let perfect be the enemy of good. And yes, if an AI robot can clean your house, and again, this isn't, we're not talking about generative AI, so let me just, you know, if an AI can do something that is like creative, I don't know what you want to call it, creative, and like it doesn't do it as well, does it have any place? Like maybe, probably, there's probably a place for it, right? Where like you just want it done okay-ish, but like that's not what people are selling AI on. Like, and again, I'm only talking about generative AI because I genuinely don't care if there's an AI floor sweeper, right? I don't care if it's some sort of, you know, just a robotic floor sweeper, that's fine. If it does a mediocre job, whatever. If people want a mediocre cleaning job done, that's fine. But I feel like replacing everything with it with the argument that like, look, it's actually better when it's not. Like, don't make the claim that it does a better job. Don't make a claim that you should be replacing the people who are actually doing it if it's not. If it is doing a better job, then great. You mean Roomba? Yeah, I mean Roomba. But like, you know, don't be firing everybody in a hospital who cleans the hospital and says our robots can do it better than humans, when it's not, and it's more unsanitary and it's not as sterile and people are getting more sick, you know, like don't do it to cut costs only. Like, if it also cut costs and it does a better job, great. But, like, and again, that's not generative AI, and so I don't really care about that, to be honest. Like, but the decision should still be about, does it do it as well or better? It shouldn't just be a cost-benefit analysis. Like, I don't just want more stuff in the world that happens to be slightly worse quality, but because there's more of it, therefore it's a better cost-benefit analysis. That doesn't make any sense, right? Like, technically, if I 10 times the output but half the quality, yes, that is better in a monetary sense, but I don't want that. I don't want there to be 10 times more of everything and have it half as good. Like, that's just, you know, that just feels like a bad thing. Hey, also, hi, Sarah. I did mean Roomba. Yeah, no, I'm not really talking about non-generative AI, though, because I don't, you know, whatever. Like I say, I think the individual industries should be able to judge, but I think for me, there's more of like a philosophical, like, you know, making good stuff and having the world a better place and not a worse place. And only from the monetary sense is more stuff always good, right? Because, like, oh, it creates more jobs. Now you need more people to clean up the garbage because you make more garbage. It's a win-win for everyone. More people buying, more people cleaning, more people doing stuff, you know, money, money, money. I just feel so... Okay, anyway, what am I doing? I am painting more pink stuff. More pink and red and purples and stuff that is associated with Valentine's. I guess purple isn't really associated with Valentine, right? More just pinks. Pink and reds. But yeah, how's everyone doing? I'm doing well, even though I'm a little ranty. I don't know why I'm so ranty today. I swear I'm rested, kind of. I'm in a good mood. Let's do... I have an idea. We're going to do a big old reflection of something. I feel that's part of why CEOs are so on board to push this. Technology is endemic of being a CEO. Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. And that's I think what a lot of the public at large, and certainly me, is so annoyed with that, is like, that is not a good ethos, in my opinion, of like a general world view to drive decisions should not merely be, does this make money, right? If you make money with something, fine. Like, I don't want to go and scam people, even if I know I can get away with it. If it made me $1 million, but I could, like, ruin 1 million people's lives, would I do it? No. Like, I don't hope not. And yet, if I ran a company, I feel like, for whatever reason, at some point, you get big enough and it's like, you genuinely don't care how much harm you do or what you're actually contributing to the world. Like, I think every artist, not every artist, most artists, like, you want to make something of note, right? You want to make something important. You want to make something people actually want and use and like and say, hey, this changed me. You know, I enjoyed reading your book, or I enjoyed playing your game that you made, right? Like, I think that's a thing that most people at some point wanted, right? And and then at some point in business, it feels like it's less about like, hey, I genuinely liked your product, and more like, oh, thanks for your money. I don't care if you like it or not now, because you bought it, sucker. Like, that's not, and I know not most people who make stuff don't actually think that way, but there's sort of when you have an inherent lack of concern for the quality of the product, and it's more about just shipping it, like, oh, let me just ship the product at all costs. Let me, make the thing, get it sent out. That's where you stop caring about the quality, because you're more concerned about turnover rate and just making the money. It's you prioritize that, and it's just, to me, that feels like you've missed the point. Which AI is used by illustrators and artists? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't think most use AI. In fact, I don't know if there is a most used. I mean, I'm sure there has to be, you know, just mathematically. But I don't think artists are generally. I mean, maybe like some graphic designers. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think in general most artists don't trust or want to work with most artists who use generative AI. I'm sure there are a few, but generally, at least from what I've seen, it's generally artists who want to make good stuff aren't typically supporting artists who use generative AI. Again, I think if it actually, and I know this is a hot take because I don't want to be like a lot of times the question comes up, especially when people debate hot topics, it's like, what would change your mind, right? There's that big question. To me, the thing that would change my tune would be if it's actually making better stuff than what would be made without it. That would be my thing. And also, it's not actively stealing and stealing from the artists that are required to make it, right? Like if you can't do the thing without stealing from the people that you're actively competing against, then I don't think that's good either, right? So I think those two things would need to change. Don't steal from the very people who you rely on, right? If all artists stopped making art today, or if all people stopped typing things today, right? If no journalists made journalism, AI would not be making articles, right? AI journalism is basically just repeating what other journalism say, right? Because somebody has to type it up initially, right? Somebody's giving it the facts, whether it's typed up or spoken or whatever. And so if your product can't exist without stealing, I feel like it's a bad product. AI journalism is literally just taking a source material and making it worse. I mean, in some cases, maybe if you have enough people reporting on different things in a nuanced way, it can maybe it can sort of create a nice middle ground that is actually slightly more consistent. But in general, I would say for almost all at that point you don't need isn't there this like an either or argument where it's like, if the only cases where AI is good is when you have enough information out there already for it to be accurate, in which case you have enough information out there that you don't need AI, right? Because the information is there. And for novel stuff, right, if it's new, AI is terrible at it because it doesn't have enough sources, right? And at that point, you're better off just going to the experts. So either you go to the experts and get good information, or you are asking the AI a question that is so general that it's already out there a million times. In which case, why did you need it in the first place? Is your problem new or is your problem not new? And if it's not new, you don't need AI. And if it is new, you shouldn't use AI because experts are better and AI is notoriously bad at that. So it's like, what's it actually doing? What's the actual problem? Is it just making things feel convenient? Because that feels like what it's doing anyway. Okay, did I say rant over? Totally never having this rant. I like this channel. Today's topic is so good. I'm glad you like this. No, I swear I try not to rant about AI every stream. It doesn't always happen. Not always. I do wonder, percentage of streams. I do wonder what percentage of streams do I just deteriorate into a rant about AI? Hey, Casey. I need numbers here. I need someone to go back through my streams and watch all of them, crunch the data. Maybe we can have AI do this. Hold on. We need to employ AI to crunch the data and tell me how much I rant about AI. That's the perfect job for it. Except there would be no quality and it would probably do it poorly. Okay. LOL, stop. Jed talks. Yeah, Jed talks are always good. And to be fair, AI is a topic that has been hard for artists to avoid. Yeah, I mean, there is a yeah. I mean, it's so tangential to making things, and also it is nuanced enough that there's like infinite like random takes and use not use cases, but like examples of like what ifs and hypotheticals and what about in the future, and there's so many different like areas that relate to it that it's hard not to sometimes ramble into that topic. But yeah, Casey, hope you're doing well today. Like searching for references, for example. Imagine putting in your drawing and letting the AI give you references that fit. Is that AI though, or is that just like a search feature? Because you can literally do that. So funny enough, there you can do that with so there's different reverse image searches, and there have been for years. And so there's two types of reverse image searches, to my knowledge, right? There's a reverse image search that tries to like identify basically plagiarism, which is like, does your image exist on the internet? That's not what you're talking about. But Google's AI, or not AI, but Google's reverse image search, it doesn't look for the exact image. It looks for things similar. And if there were a way, I don't know if there is a way, to only that only takes like photography by humans or something as references, that would actually be a really cool thing, where it's like some version of it, looks at the image, decides what's in it, and tries to find things similar to your image. So like you do a painting that is, a bit like, I could see something like that, but that would be more of a research tool than any creative tool, right? That's completely different. Like, I think there are cases where, again, that's not generative AI, right? That's not generating anything. I mean, I guess results, but it's not functioning the same, right? I think you could have something where you upload a photo, it looks at that and says, here are things that, but again, it's still making some sort of, I mean, yeah, it's tricky. Yeah, lots of things. Okay, we're linking lots of stuff. We should not link a whole bunch of random stuff. Like, I don't want to click the sane.energy link. That looks sketchy. I don't want to. I'm sure there are, but we should not link stuff unless it's like fairly, like, I'm fine with a. Yeah, we should probably not be linking a bunch of random stuff, because I can't really be moderating that while streaming. Machine learning LLM are not the same as Gen AI. Yeah, exactly. There's definitely cases, like, there are definitely types of things, like, again, having a good way to search things is useful, and especially if it can filter out garbage AI slop. Like, we need that more now than ever, but unfortunately, it's all that stuff that's adding to the slop. They're on topic, I promise, but yeah, if you don't... Yeah, I don't want to click it, and then I need... Like, that's... I don't know. I don't want to make a habit of people just dropping random links, and then nobody other than viewers are the ones clicking random links. AI is being used... Yeah. It's hard not to mangle them, Casey, when we're talking about, but yeah, specifically, my issue is generative AI. I don't care if people come up with innovative solutions to, like, do things better than we've been doing it. And again, that's kind of my main argument, is like, if it's genuinely doing it better, and also like if it's doing it 80% as good. Oh, what was that? I heard a noise. Hydrate. Thanks, Skittle. Like, I just think like, rolling something out to billions of people when it's only doing it as, 90% as good as it was before, but they were already using your product, that you're just making, yeah, like when you control that big portion of the market, like, Google, if you make your product 10% worse, you're basically making 10% of the world, like that's such a big part of people's daily lives, and you're making it worse. Yes, you just made some money, you saved money, you made money, whatever. Even if it's only 99% as good as it was, you're still making it worse. Like, I think there's a point where I feel like you have a responsibility. I feel like maybe not, maybe I'm delusional and I know the law isn't gonna support me, but there's sort of like a moral and ethical thing here where it's like, when you are putting stuff into the world and you don't care about the quality, at least not more so than its ability to make you money. Like, I don't actually care. I mean, and this goes for non-generative AI too, right? If you're just cranking out cheap quality crap that breaks on first use because it looks nice in the packaging, I think you're a scumbag. Like, I think, obviously, you're gonna get people who, they make something and they don't realize the quality, or there's a defect in something, it breaks sooner than expected, whatever. Who cares, right? It happens, right? It's gonna happen eventually. But if this is your entire business model of shipping junk that breaks quicker, that's where I start to get a problem with, because it's just like, you're not helping you're not helping people. Anyway, I've made my point on that. Casey says, and that's one that's being pushed, and everything in breaking and the internet environment, society in general, the thing it's being used for is not good, and the rich in a get rich quick grift for tech. Yeah, that's what it feels exactly. That's my issue. That's my big issue. I mean, that's not even an AI issue, right? That's just like a greed issue. It's, what's the word? The enshittification, right? Where like I mean, maybe that's not the way it was originally used, but basically you're making stuff worse because you're prioritizing profits over like anything else. And one of those other things that you're prioritizing profits over is quality and like general, yeah, all that stuff. Okay. All right, guys, I have to leave you for today. This topic's really good. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. Happy Valentine's Day to everyone, too. Skills as enshittification is a great word, though. Very applicable to a lot of things these days. Yeah, it very much is. It's kind of buzzwordy, and I feel like we've got to have a better word for it, but it is really just the degradation of things that already existed in a better form. Like, you've literally had a good thing, and now you're making it worse. Why? Why can't we make stuff better, not worse? And I know why, but that was a rhetorical question. I think craft is something only craftspeople care about morally. No, I don't agree with that. I mean, okay, maybe I'm using a different word, craft, here. I think the amount of people, just on a whole, even if you aren't a creator, will say that the internet has gotten worse in a real sense of, like, if they want to look something up, it's less reliable. Like, my mom has made the comment that it's harder to search for things these days. She's not creating things. She understands that, like, the craft, the attention to quality of the product she's using has gone down. People have been saying I mean, not to get into the whole, like, biases here around, like, like, oh, they don't make them like they used to. But for some cases, that's true, right? In some cases, I know there's a lot of, that's not a great argument because lots of people are making great things. But today, they're just making so many more things. There are great craftspeople these days, but there's also just a whole lot of garbage. And I know there was back then too, right? Back in the olden days or whatever, right? And yes, I know the the crap didn't survive. There's a survivorship bias type thing. But I do think it's true that there's a lot of crap, a lot more crap. And I do think people notice. People are like, oh, they keep making the same movies. Why don't they make more good stuff? And then people, you know, and there is a reason for that. It's because it doesn't reliably make as much money. And again, this is why money is not the end-all be-all of quality. Like, there's sort of this assumption, I think, from some people that if something is good, it will make money. And I think that is a flawed assumption. There are lots of nonprofits and good things that exist that don't make money. And a lot of things that could exist that don't exist because they can't fund themselves. And so you have a lot of... Yeah, anyway, that's my stance on it. I mean, I think many people... Stoic says, I think many people can recognize good craft, but I think most good craft goes unnoticed by layfolk until said craft breaks down. Well, exactly, right? Yeah. You don't always know the craft that went into something until you see the version that sucks, and you're like, wow, this thing sucks. Yeah, no, I think you're right, Stoic, and I think this is why you trust the people who are the makers when they say, this doesn't help me, right? If you offer someone a tool and they say, this tool is useless for me, it doesn't make my job easier, trust them, right? Trust the people who are doing the work, because generally they will use the tool if it makes their lives easier. And it may not happen all at once, right? Some people are stubborn. But if it actually is, people will get on board eventually, slowly at first, and then more and more as people see their own peers actually making better stuff. But that's not what we're seeing with like Gen AI and art. You see some people adapting, but it's very clear that they're making the sacrifice of quality over quantity, and they're doing it with dollar signs and they're not doing it from a quality point of view. And again, maybe it will change. I don't know. Because that trust in craft is broken down in many ways for both robber barons and layful. I mean, yeah, I don't know what it is. I think it goes hand in hand. And gosh, if I really want to get a hot topic today. Also, Darkish Lemon, hello! Sometimes they do understand and they simply don't care. People have been made to believe craft is either super easy or worthless to understand what actually goes behind the craft. I mean, I think there's always been a people don't understand, but I think there's at least in the US, I don't know how it is everywhere, and I think this is very similar to what we see in science, at least in the US, where there's like a slight erosion of like trust and authority. And I say authority, whether it's politicians or science institutions or, you know, people who actually have spent their lives studying a field. There's like an erosion in expertise trust, right? So it's like if you have genuine expertise in something, not saying I do, but I'm saying if someone does, that the general public, I think, trusts you less. What just happened? I feel like there's less trust in people who are like, I'm an actual expert. And I think that goes hand in hand when you have people saying, you know, we don't want this isn't helping us. And some, you know, person in a suit is like, nah, you don't know what you want. We know we don't trust the actual doctors who say this isn't helping them, or we don't trust the lawyers who say this isn't good for their, you know, like we know better than you, right? You need our product. Trust the business people, don't trust the experts. And I think that has been eroding, again, more probably in some places than in others. And I feel like those two things go hand in hand, because it's not the artists when they're saying, hey, quality matters, right? Or when a person says this, you know, this thing isn't going to help us quality, because the entire thing has become money driven, not quality driven. I mean, not that it ever was totally quality driven, but like more, I think it at some point used to be more than now. That's my hunch. Again, totally armchair making this up. I don't know if that's, I don't know what truth there is to that. I'm sure there's... I know that the erosion of trust in, like, institutions is a thing, but I don't know if they're technically related. But I feel like it probably is. I would say skepticism is a prerequisite. You have to ask why, and then you also have to have an open enough mind to believe an answer. I mean, skepticism is good. Denialism is not good, right? There's nothing wrong with being skeptical of random claims, but when the people offer, if an artist or a doctor or someone says that, hey, do this is what you need, or this is not what we need, and then you say, is that true? Like, what do you have to support that? And they're like, well, and then they tell you, don't just, nah, you're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about, right? Like, when they tell you why it doesn't help their process, don't just ignore them. Like, right? It's fine to be skeptical, but that's not what we're seeing. We're not seeing science skepticism. We're seeing science denialism, right? We're not seeing skepticism of authority. We're seeing denialism. This person said it, therefore I don't believe them. Instead of actually admitting that, like it doesn't hurt that, like, literal people in positions of power make a habit of being untrustworthy more and more. So, like, it's actively being eroded. It's not just like a once in a while, it's not like it's just a general, mob mentality. Like, there's a reason it's being, like, less trust, and in some ways valid reasons. Well, not with certain things, but anyway, yeah, I don't know if that makes sense. So yeah, I think it's a tricky topic, one that I'm not super I feel like I'm kind of informed, but not really, not enough to have an in-depth discussion about it. Hey, Stephanie Doak, evening. How's the YouTube side of things going? How are you? Hope you're doing well. We are painting. We're painting some pinks and purple. Well, mostly pinks. Pink and red. Facts, feelings, good marketing won't do anything when trust is eroded like it is. I mean, that's all people base it on, right? People only rely... No. I think feelings and marketing is all people rely on, and facts are irrelevant. Or it's not even facts. Like, it's the system in which you filter those facts, right? So, like, if you have a whole bunch of information coming at you, how do you choose, right? You have limited hours in the day. You have limited brain power to comprehend and read and study and do your own research. How do you decide what you're going to go with? Do you go with the people who reliably have made it a point to be accurate and to be informed and have done the research, and the people who actually, like, have some sort of historical trust? Or do you just go with whatever person who says it enthusiastically says, right? Like, I think that's the thing that's eroding. And so people are going on vibes for some reason instead of, like, looking at a track record of any type. Yeah, I don't think I'm arguing against you. I just, I would, yeah, I think, yeah, anyway, so I guess to wrap this back to art, how does this come to art? I think, yeah, I don't know exactly how. I guess we were talking about Gen AI, and when artists are saying, hey, we don't want this, it's not helping us in its current form, people are like, no, trust us, you need it. This is the future. And artists are like, who's saying? Like, you aren't the one, you don't even do art. Like, you don't even know the process. How can you possibly make the claim that this is the future of a process that you're unfamiliar with, right? And that's where it's like, trust the people who are actually doing the art to say, hey, maybe this isn't useful for me yet. Anyway. Stephanie Doak on YouTube says, tired, I got called a furry 11 times today. At a trampoline park, I was out with friends, but 11 times in one day. You were the only one who actually wore gear, so you kept getting called a furry. Now I'm curious what trampoline gear you're wearing that makes people think that you're a furry. Also, I don't know if it matters, though. At that point, like, who cares if someone calls you a furry? If you're not harming anyone, be a furry. I don't, or not be. Like, I guess it sucks to be called things that you don't perceive yourself as, but at that point, I feel like, you know, it could be called worse things, I suppose. Yeah, no, that sucks, though. Artists are like, is it, though? Yeah, exactly, right? Like, don't tell me that I can do the thing I'm doing better, and then when I try it, and I'm like, no, it's not doing it better, and you're like, oh, yes, it is. I'm like, how? No, I'm the one doing it. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know what I'm painting today. Let's do some things with chunkier shapes. Let's do that. I'm painting a lot of wispy stuff. Let's go into the chunky shape realm. So light backgrounds, big overlapping shapes. Can you do some really strong light? Yeah, let's do some strong lighting. That's a good idea. Some nice, strong lighting. None of that weak stuff. Okay, but for that, let me darken the sky so that I can have some lighting to contrast. Otherwise, it's hard, right? Because typically if you have a bright white sky, like, yeah, anyway. So let's make some shapes, and then we're gonna slap in some real hard lighting in here. But first, let's get some colors. I'm gonna get some shadows in here. I'm gonna make some shapes. You said you were wearing a mask and a tail, but your tail broke midair and the friend was saying... I mean, I feel like if you're wearing a tail in public, people are gonna think you're a furry. Like, I understand it. Like, I'm not saying that they're right, because I don't know... I don't want to get too philosophical. Every time I talk about these, because it's a topic I don't know, so it just kind of goes into, like, the realm of philosophical discussions. But I think this feels very similar to, like, is it art? It's like, you know, I'll let you decide, you know? Like, if someone wants to call me not an artist because of I'm, you know, technically doing illustration, like, that's just, you know, it's annoying if someone wants to call me not an artist, but also, like, it doesn't affect what I'm doing. Not really, you know? Like, it's just people being dumb. And, like, you know, I'd say let people be dumb if it's not actually actively hurting things. Now, if people are calling you, like, a murderer and you're not a murderer and people are treating you differently because they think, you know, whatever, like, that's a bad example, then that's a problem. But, like, if it's just somebody being, like, you know, like, judging you unfairly, and they're just like are the people who are calling you a furry, were those gonna be your friends anyway? Like, you know what I mean? Like the people who are not willing to, like, understand you. I don't know. That just feels like one of those things that, I mean, yeah, it does suck. I guess you can always try to educate people, and then if they don't listen, then you... I mean, what other choice do you have than to, like, I guess try to ignore them? Okay, Stoic says... Oh, wait, no. Darkish Lemon says... last point I'll make is I think people really do care about craft, because otherwise everyone would just be gray and square, and there wouldn't be any need for anything else. I mean, maybe. I don't know if those are entirely the same. Like, I think you can have a lack of craft, but also have, like, flair or uniqueness, right? I think people do want things to be novel and mixed up in style and personality and, like, so I don't think it's strictly that, because you can still have a bunch of garbage that is slightly different. But yeah, no, I think I get your point. Stoic says, yeah, everyone has a system of discernment, I'd say, but when you are considering new info, conflicting or agreeing, trust is a bridge to that new info. If it's eroded, you're less likely to accept it. Trusting different trades practices as being worth the time and the money they ask for can only sustain so much strain. Imagine having to explain to every client that you should be paid well for a commission. Yeah, a lot of artists have tried to convince clients to do that, to varying avail. Yeah. Yeah. That's true. It does feel, I mean, I don't know about on that topic specifically, because I'm fortunate, you know, obviously that exists. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I can't really speak to it. But I do think there's a like there's a cycle, and I know I hate doing it, because the only example I can think of is, like, there's a joke by a political person. He's a political, I don't actually know who it is. I've only heard it repeated by other people, and I think it feels reminiscent, but, like, the political version is like this, I'm not going to say the party names because it doesn't matter, but, like, one party runs on the premise that the government is flawed, and it needs fixing, or that the government is broken and doesn't work, right? So one party runs on the premise that it's broken, doesn't work, and then they get elected on that, and then they prove it. So once they're in office, they prove that it doesn't work by ruining things, right? And then the next cycle comes around, tries to fix it, and then the next one says, oh, it doesn't work. And so it's like, and I feel like, regardless of whether that's totally true or not, I feel like there's, like, echoes of truth in that, in sort of the trust of things. So, like, you tell, like, artists are being told, your opinion doesn't matter, we're going to use AI, and artists are like, no, trust us, the AI is not working. And then they use AI and it doesn't work, and then the artists get the blame of, like, well, you guys don't know what you're doing because you didn't do AI well or something. But it's like, and it's not quite the same. I guess it's like the inverse of that problem, where it's like people will still claim that it's good, and they don't realize it's like, it feels, I guess it's more close to the analogy of, like, like in movies when the scientist is like, listen to us, and then nobody listens to them, and then things go wrong, and then they're like, why didn't you tell us, and it feels a little bit like that, where it's like, clearly the world is not going in a direction where, like, yeah, this is great, everything's great, and then, yeah, but people are like, why, what could have possibly gone wrong, or like, oh, climate issues could be used in this analogy, or not even an analogy at that point, but, like, just all sorts of things where, like, people sound the alarm bells, and then people ignore their warnings, and then things start deteriorating, and it's like, they don't even remember that the people were sounding the alarm bells. It's like there's like it's like they've closed their brain off, and it's like, can we just get back to the part where, like, you pay attention? Anyway, sorry, this is a rantful day. You're not an artist, says Smuckleberry, just a dabbler. I mean, if you make art, you're an artist. You don't have to be a professional artist. You're still an artist. If you make art, you're an artist. I think that's the only requirement to being an artist, is making art occasionally. Obviously, there are different degrees to that, right? Like, I think that, again, even what I'm talking about here is sort of part of that problem. Is like everybody can call themselves an artist, and like, well, who do you trust? You know, like, which artist do you trust if an artist is making a claim? And so I you know, in art, it's always been an issue of mine, a little bit of a rant topic of like, you know, the way that we use words. And I think, you know, a good example would be the difference between like professional versus hobbyist, and like the, you know, different types of skills. And I hate roles. Yeah. But I think it is good to like, you know, that's why I don't like using, I mean, in a hobbyist sense, and just as like as a adjective or as a verb, like what's the word, like I make art, right? Therefore I'm an artist. But I wouldn't, like, if somebody were to ask me like in a professional sense, what do you do? I think it'd be pointless just to say I'm an artist. I think it's better to like specify what kind of art and what skills you have, because if you just say I'm an artist, that doesn't tell you anything about your skills, doesn't tell you anything about what industry you're in, it doesn't really tell you anything at all. And so if you're talking, it depends on who you're talking to, because I think if you're, you know, going back to this topic of like, you know, listening to people, and like how do you discern between like for example, if you need to hire an artist, and it's like, you know, give me your resume. Obviously, you'd look at portfolios, but like, instead of people are just giving their credentials, like, just because someone says professional artist doesn't mean that like they're the person to hire. You know what I mean? Like, anyone can call themselves an artist, and so you need something to sort of trust. And maybe it's, you know, shipped games, or, you know, something, working on stuff, or at the very least, like, ask other artists who are good artists, or, you know, something like there's that thing of like, you know, ask your doctor who their doctor is and see them. Because like they're at least like, they will being in the field, they will probably want to go to a doctor who knows what they're doing. And that's I feel like that's how artists need to do it, and people who hire artists, is like, ask the artists who to hire. Like, you know, ask the artists who are the artists that they would want to work with, and then get those people, because they probably care enough to like make that choice. It's not just gonna be like, oh, they can make flashy work. You know, they're not just probably not gonna be a bunch of grifters. But again, I actually thought about this just the other day. Every once in a while I come across art on Instagram. I'm like, wow, this is amazing, and then I want to follow them. And then sometimes my check is like, are these handful of big name artists that I follow, do they follow them? Because if they do, I'm pretty confident I don't have to like look as intently to figure out if this person's using AI, right? Like, I don't really want to be following artists who are using AI, and so I will use other artists as my proof. Which again, if everyone does this, then the system breaks, right? Because if that first person went wrong and they judged them wrongly, and you know, there's a lot of like, if enough artists' spidey sense are fooled, but like, I just think it's kind of funny, because like, I don't actually know, because I didn't actually take the time to like sift through all of their work. I just saw a couple images and like, oh, these look really cool, and it looks, you know, like they're the ones making it. Is it stolen work? I don't know. Could be. I didn't look through, but I see that, you know, Devin L. Kurtz is following them, and they wouldn't follow AI artists, right? And so it's probably good. It's probably okay to follow this person. Not the greatest system, but you know, it obviously, if I had more time, then I would spend more time researching every person I follow to make sure they're people who I want to follow. But yeah, it's, you know, it's not a perfect system, but I feel like it is better than not doing any sort of that, you know? I don't know. It's tricky. It's hard to know how to like sift through information in these days, and there's just so much of it. even for inconsequential stuff. It's just like, it's hard to have a good process for that. That's how it goes sometimes. That it's a lot of mental load to vet every new artist. It is, or anything. You know, you see a random post on social media. Do you retweet it? It's a nice post. Well, do you know who the author is? You know, are they a random account you've never seen before? Are you gonna follow them and start retweeting everything they do, or is this someone who has some level of like accountability, seemingly, right? And again, what if they're not doing that? Are they just retweeting anything? Because now you're retweeting a thing someone else retweeted, and you know, oh, you spread misinformation. Like, at what point do you, like, there has to be some process of like discerning, is this thing worth, I mean, hopefully. So my thing is like with retweets is I just don't. I'll retweet like art, but I like very rarely retweet information, because unless I'm actually going to be bothered to look into it, I just don't, because it goes out to too many people. You know, one post might get a few thousand views or something, and I don't want to be responsible for that unless I actually do my due diligence. But in terms of like following another artist, I have much lower standards, because that's not me putting information out there. That's just me engaging with pre-existing information. And so I have different levels of discernment, and yeah, top level is like, don't be putting information out there unless I try to, you know, vet through it in some ways. It's one reason why I try not to talk too much about like current events and like news that's unraveling on stream, because it's oftentimes stuff that's just moving too fast, and I don't have all the info, and I don't know. A lot of times it's like vibes that I've gotten from a headline, but I haven't read the article, and like I don't want to repeat a headline when the article says something different, because it happens all too often these days. And so I try not to repeat news. But yeah, it's tricky. We all gotta have some sort of filtering system. Also, this doesn't feel like a harsh light. Let's add in some nice bright light. Pavik says, I have a friend who's extremely into politics, who calls me out every time something I post may be wrong. At this point, makes me feel insulted, but it's super useful. That is good. And also, maybe take it as a, like, how often does this happen? Like, maybe, are you just willy-nilly retweeting things that might be wrong? Or is this, I mean, it is good, but also, like, you know, maybe, I mean, I'm not to be a jerk, but like maybe update your system. I'm not saying, I mean, look, I could very well be doing the same thing, and maybe I just don't have those checks. But like, I guess that would be a good way to update your systems of like discernment, you know? Like if you keep getting called out for posting things that might be wrong, maybe you need to spend a few more seconds to just like, you know, and I think we all do, right? I think we all need to spend a few more seconds, like, before we hit the retweet button, before we leave a comment telling a person, nuh-uh, this information is wrong, maybe just do a Google search, you know, and see if you remember correctly. It always annoyed me, like, this is just a general internet thing, and I know it's like, you know, there's enough people posting on various platforms, whether it's Twitter or Blue Sky or YouTube comments or Reddit, right? There's enough people posting that, like, of course, some people are going to post wrong information, but it feels like there's a big number who will confidently state completely random, easily searchable claims. And it's like, just like, before you make a statement grounded in fact, like, you know, 70% of whatever does this, just like double check that the number's right. Like, just double check. Just do a search just to see if you remember correctly. because so often it's like just people, I don't know, like, and maybe I'm in this group. I don't think I do this. I'd like to think I don't. But it blows my mind the amount of people who can't even be bothered to like read the article before they share it. It's fine if you know, read a headline, you know, move on with your day, and like somewhere in the back of your head you have a hunch that the article is right even though you didn't read it. But like, why don't retweet the article? Like, you know, there's nothing you can do from like seeing a sign and like floats in your brain, you know, and like, and somehow it gets, you know, absorbed into your worldview without your consent, you know, because you just weren't really paying attention, and it's like, you know, it was absorbed in your consciousness. But like, don't do that. Don't do that for other people. Don't be the reason that misinformation is spread for them. Like, come on, people. Can we have some like some, I don't know what the word is, decency? Sarah says sometimes it's on purpose for engagement bait. That's worse. That's a lot worse. You're actively spreading misinformation for number go up. That's annoying. That's much worse. That's worse than just being wrong, because at least the person who's wrong can recall, you know, can like be like, oops guys, sorry, I put out wrong information, let me correct that. You know, which again, it happens, right? People will share misinformation on accident. I will do it on accident, right? And hopefully when I do it and I'm called out, I can be like, whoops, I screwed up, guys. I will work on being better. But yeah, it's... Sorry you're back, got a call. No worries, Stephanie. Most people are just lurking anyway. That's kind of what streams tend to be. Stoic says, it's really important to do that with things you see, read, don't read. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you've got to, like, you know, there... You know, it's to me, if I read an article and if I read a headline and I haven't read the article, for example, like on Reddit, I try not to, like, actually have an opinion on the thing. But I will say I am human, and if I see 1,000 articles that say, you know, attempted assassination against president, whoever, you know, I'm going to somewhere in my brain think that there's probably something going on there, right? I obviously I'm not going to know the details, but like, it just, you start to like think that there, you know, even if I haven't read it, it's like there's sort of just a repetition or something. So like sometimes you're not bulletproof to it, right? So like you can still fall for misinformation because you just were exposed to a lot of it, even if you weren't actively like making it, you know, you didn't read it and say, ooh, that's a real thing that happened, right? It's just like sort of there, and you kind of start to sense that it might be a thing, and it's not, because it could be wrong if enough people repeat wrong information. And so like you could just be a victim of people spreading misinformation. So not all the time, but again, don't go then tell someone that this thing that you just heard, right? Don't go tell, and I told this story before. I work with a lady, well, not really with her, but like in the same place, who would do this. She was like a cashier, or is a cashier, and she interacts with who knows how many hundreds of customers a day. She is like a misinformation spreading machine. It is wild. She will hear some random crazy thing, you know, random home remedy ailment, cures all ailments, you know, sleep with a potato under your pillow and you'll be cured of a disease, like just random crap. And she will just spread it, just spread that information everywhere. Oh, I just heard this thing on Facebook. And it's like, oh my gosh, please stop. Like, just stop telling people things that you don't know anything. Like, stop telling people these things as if they're fact. It drives me crazy. Like, please stop doing this. And yeah, so anyway, some people just like They love telling people new things. It's new and novel, and they want to spread the word. They want to get the gospel out there. It's always the Facebook people. Yeah, I mean, it's not always the Facebook people. It's also other people. But yeah, I know what you mean. It is a joke. It's a joke that like, oh, you get your news from Facebook. Yeah, it's probably probably not right. But again, this goes for anyone online, right? Like I get some of my news from Reddit, and I get some of my news from, you know, granted, typically with Reddit, at least they're linking to an article that I can then click on and go to the site, whether it's, you know, and every different news site is going to have their own bias and stuff. But like, it's I can read things and not go and immediately tell the world how true something is. Like sometimes, you know, again, I could be talking about something that is not real, right? Like just the other day, I brought up a video. Hey, Ronald, we're getting a raid. Ron, how was your stream? Do I normally call you Ron? I don't think I do. Ronald, how was your stream? I'm just like calling people nicknames now. I know Ron's a common nickname for Ronald. But anyway, how's it going, Ron? How was your stream? What were you working on? Art tax, you know the drill. Pavik says, no, she explained to me, but like it's always things I don't even think about potentially being wrong because people around me IRL don't have problems with that. Gotcha. Oh, wait, I missed something. Also, Solom, hi. Did I say hi? I don't know if I said hi. No, like random Instagram posts about myself, for example, but for her it sounds like I was promoting a certain company. I have a friend who is extremely into politics. Oh, okay. It was about cola yesterday, rip. It was about helping it with my diet, and she was like, hemocide? Yeah, I think also, so I've actually been on the your friend's side of this, Pavik, and I know how frustrating it was for the person who I was calling out. And it wasn't really about the information. It was more about the method of information gathering. And I think that's totally valid because I do think the method of how you gather information is relevant. Like, and I think it can come through in the way people talk about information. Like if they talk about it like imagine your parent or someone said, you know, I saw this thing on Facebook, and the person talking, they looked really nice. They had a really great attitude, and they were talking about this new diet supplement. I think I'm gonna use that diet supplement. Nothing about that was rooted in anything about what it does or why it does a thing, right? It's just like the justification is like, I liked the person, right? Like if you hear someone say something like that, that should immediately raise the red flag of like, it's not about where they got their information, but it's more about the context around it of like making it sound like, do you get what I'm saying? Like there's sorry, hold on. There's a redeem or something. Hey, Ronald. Ooh, I like this. Okay, here's Ron's work. Recriner, hello. Recriner says, if you remember that angel and heart picture, I started over on the color if curious. Ooh, oh, interesting. I am curious. Yeah, the person looked happy. I'm gonna buy this thing to feel like them. Yeah, I think when you, like, because I've called people out for like, I don't know how much detail I want to go. Oh, sorry, you guys can't see. Here we go. This is wonderful, Ron. Can we just take a second and appreciate how great this is, and also amazing amounts of detail. But yeah, no, I think with information it's tricky because sometimes the information is correct, but like the way you got it is not super rigorous because you were just browsing TikTok reels or Instagram reels or Twitter or Reddit posts, and you stumble across like a thing that wasn't meant to be news, and you take it as news, and maybe it actually was correct, but that still isn't a good method of getting it. And it's hard to call someone out when technically they, like, the results, they weren't wrong in their results, but they might have been wrong in their methodology. And like, I think I probably do that too, right? Like, I might, like, maybe I will get my source from a place that I trust, but there still might be bad information in there, and maybe I'm not being as rigorous as I should be, right? And so it's hard. I think it can be hard to call people out sometimes, because it's not always about whether or not what they said is true, but it's more about why they think it's true, right? It's more about process than the results when it comes to like misinformation. Because again, even science will be wrong sometimes, right? And also, Pavik, this isn't about you specifically. This is just in general. Like, this is just my general thoughts on this topic. It's not about one person or anything. But just mention of thing. That's true. Yeah, I guess also you can have like code words, or what do they call it? like I don't know what the right term is, but there are terms that are like, will signal that you're in. If someone starts talking about like, I don't know, if someone, like, for example, there's the whole like flat earth conspiracy theory, right? If someone just casually dropped the word globe head, I would think that they're probably a conspiracy theorist, because that's a term that the flat earthers will use to make fun of people who believe in the globe, right? And so if you drop the word globe head in conversation, I'm immediately going to have like signals blaring in my head being like, whoa, this person might be unhinged. Just, you know, like anything you were going to say about science or facts or this thing that you heard, or your information gathering skills, if you start dropping the word globe head in a conversation to refer to a person who thinks the earth is round, I am immediately not as trusting of you. You might still be talking about something that's truthful, but I've got to filter my info some way. And yes, if you are dropping signals that you are part of a community that is like, if you're parroting the language of a conspiracy theory community, I am going to, again, I'm not going to completely disregard everything you say, right? Because that's also not good. But I am absolutely going to put up my defenses a little bit and just, prod a little bit more than maybe I would have. Because, and sometimes that happens without you knowing it, right? Maybe you're watching a TikToker and they're like adjacent to a thing, right? And then they're adjacent to some community that is, I don't know, like maybe it's like the weird alpha male community of like the totally unhinged people, and they're, somebody will just randomly drop language that sounds eerily similar to that, and you're like, are you sure you're listening to the right sources? Or not the right, but like, are you sure the sources you're listening to aren't completely unhinged? Like, yeah, I'm gonna question your sources too if you start parroting language. It's not about, so sometimes it's not purely about the information. It's about like, are you signaling to me that you are able to detect certain things? Like there's some weird social dynamics that go on too, and it's a tricky thing. Anyway, I don't know how we got onto this topic, but thank you for sharing. You guys should go follow Ronald. If you don't know Ronald, shout out Ronald P. Maxwell. Ronald is great. Is that what flat earthers call the rest of us? It is. It is what the flat earthers call us, I think. LMAO, that's Pavik. Shibboleth is another term for in words. Interesting. Yep. I love how the topics expand here. Wait, the Earth is round? Is there such a thing as a box earthers? I don't know, but there should be. The cubers? Cube heads. Yeah, a bunch of cube earthers. I don't know. I think the funniest thing about those alpha, beta, sigma male YouTube videos is that some of them say like ultra rare, like oh, I didn't know that. Like they're collecting Pokemon cards. See, that's the thing. Like if I started saying, if maybe I watched one random video and I saw that and I thought it was funny, and suddenly I start repeating that, like I would want to be called out, because sometimes it's not about, is the information I'm saying wrong? It's also like, is the sources that I'm listening to good sources? You know, like I think that's just as important as, especially in today's age of the internet and like information environment. Like I think it's important to, you know, if people are like, this is why I tend to look for people. I think Hank Green's a good example, in my opinion. I feel like every time Sarah's in chat I mention Hank Green. I like Hank Green because he's pretty good about being like, hey guys, I was wrong, right? Or and this is a topic that comes up fairly frequently in his videos, where like he's talking, you know, he's communicating things to an audience, and sometimes, you know, he tries to do research, and he has a team of people who do like, who make a show that do a ton of research, but sometimes he is just gonna make a video about something, and like there's always this sort of undertone of like, if I'm wrong, I want to admit it, and he will admit it, or at least as far as I know. And I think he's a good example of someone who, at least in theory, is trying to practice this like being good at finding trustworthy sources, even if he can be wrong. You know, now that you say it, you do have Hank Green vibes. I do like Hank Green. Funny enough, I don't actually watch that many of his videos. I don't watch everything he puts out, because he puts out too much stuff, and I genuinely don't watch most of it. But I do like his attitude towards. It's the same with art, right? I like to look for artists who talk about art in a way that's skill-based and driven by like, you can learn this and it's a learnable thing. If I find an artist that's talking about art in a very like spiritual way, and it sounds like, you know, they divine their ideas from the heaven, I don't like that's not a stream that I want to spend time in. It's not to say that that person doesn't make good work, but that's just like, I don't like that way of communicating about art and about information and about skill building. I think it's just not a helpful and productive way of talking about things. So it's more about the process of information gathering than it is about the results of their art, right? So same thing with the news. It's not really about whether or the thing or not they say is true or not, because again, a broken clock is right twice a day and all that. But it's more about, is their way of telling the time correct, right? Like, do they have a good methodology for getting at information and getting at the news? Even the best news sites are going to be wrong occasionally, right? People will have to redact statements. Their sources will be wrong, and they didn't, you know, they were fooled, you know. But I think it's a sign of a good source if someone is actually taking responsibility for being wrong, and they seem to have like an action, and not just saying I want the truth, but actually showing that they're doing steps to like find out the truth, and not just, you know, not just that name. Anyway, sorry if I sounded preachy there. Hank, trustworthy source confirmed. Even if he gets things wrong, he corrects it. Yeah, I mean, I think he's a pretty trustworthy source. Does that mean he's always going to be, you know, say perfectly factual stuff? No. And there are definitely videos where he's, you know, he's pretty upfront about like, this is just me ranting, and like, you know, maybe those videos are going to be less factually accurate because they're more emotional in a rant. Whereas like, if he's coming at you with things and sources, he's probably a little bit more, you know. But I just think it's more about the way, in some ways it's about the way that people talk about things that demonstrates to me that they care. And again, this is true with art as well, right? If you see an artist online and they talk about process, or they can, again, I don't think that people need to demonstrate their process, because that's, you know, people can do whatever they want, right? You can make art in your room, in your apartment, and never show anybody the process and just post the finished work. That's fine. But there are ways that people can talk about art and, you know, interact with it, and in some ways, I guess, signal that you have made it and that you understand what you're doing, right? If you, I'm trying to think of an example, but like, you know, if you post some gorgeous art, and then the way that you talk about art is like, not, you know, you only talk about how important you think the details are, and at no point do you talk about any of the other aspects of your art, and yet you clearly demonstrated a knowledge in the other thing, that's going to signal to me that like there's a disconnect between you. Maybe the detail isn't a good example, but like there's a disconnect between the things you talk about and the things you're demonstrating. Like maybe there's something off there. Like that's weird to me. I'm not sure I would do more research into an artist who talks like that, because like, did they actually make their art? Do they actually know what they're talking about? Because they seemingly are like there's certain, I don't know. There's definitely some like social proofing thing, which is not typically a great thing, but I feel like in today's information environment, you kind of have to. Like, you only have so much time. Sorry, really vibing with this point? No worries. I started rambling a little more than I should have. Okay, Sarah says, I think the funniest... Oh, wait. Sarah says, I think the funniest thing about those... Oh, I already read that. Guys, I found the Alolan shiny mail. I don't know what that is. It's hilarious. No, LOL, I've only heard it from other YouTubers talking about them. We see what your interests are. To Sarah. Sarah is a confirmed alpha male. Or she's in the alpha male community. Confirmed. Okay. You know, now that you say it, you do have Hank Green vibes. But yeah, Angel Link is above or in Discord. Me with color, I have no idea what I'm doing. Well, I think a lot of artists say they have no idea what they're doing. But also, when they actually talk about what they're doing, you're like, okay, you clearly have some idea what you're doing, right? You lost me, I'm not sure what... I was just reading your past comment. I was catching up on chat, Sarah. Alola is a Pokemon region. Okay, and you can get specific Pokemon types. I know this, but I haven't experienced it myself. I've only played 2 hours of Pokemon Sword. Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't played any of the new Pokemons. I'm so behind the curve on that. Oh, I meant artists talking. Oh, I meant like if you're like spidey senses of like I don't know, like AI bros or something. Like sometimes there are people like, especially on like Twitter, right? You might get someone talking about something art related, and the things they're saying are so like counter to like your general experience as an artist that you look at their profile and you realize they're like an AI bro or something, and you're like, okay, this makes sense. Like, this is not a view that most artists would have, because this is not the experience that you would have if you learned the skills of making things, you know, like if you actually had the skills. You wouldn't be saying, kind of like that comment, I read a comment the other day, I think it was Ragebait, but it was like the person who said 99% of game dev is the idea, and if you are an artist and a game dev wants to go 50-50 with you and they are supplying the idea and you're making all the art, that you should take it. And I'm like, no, that's not, like, no artist, if you've ever made things in any capacity, would you read that and be like, oh yeah, that's right. Right? Like, there's something's going on with that, right? That is a totally unhinged take. That like, oh, it's all the idea and none of the 99% of the idea. Yeah, exactly. They've clearly never worked on anyway. So I guess my point is that like when you hear something like that, and it's like that doesn't mesh with my reality. Let me just like double check. Like, let's see where is this person coming from. Anyway, that's kind of what I was getting at. Yeah, and you know what's funny, Sarah? So I'm glad you say that because I did not read that literally, and neither did you when I said it, right? You read something into what I said that I didn't say, and I'm glad you did because that's also what I read into their post. So I didn't specify the initial idea, and I'm being sassy here because we had this whole debate in chat the other day where I think I boiled this down to like the initial idea versus the outcome of the idea. Because people in my chat also were kind of not defending them, but they were making the argument for how important the idea is to like guide the decisions. And I think there was this line that was drawn that was not stated, that was like, some people are thinking of the idea as like the initial impetus of like, let's start on this journey of making the thing, which is how I interpreted it, because that's what people talk about when they think of like this, I have an idea and then I want to make the idea, right? Like the idea is the thing that you start with in your head. That's what I thought of it, right? And that's how you seemingly read it. But then some people had the idea, because like I was making this argument of like, the idea is developed as you work a lot of times, right? Like, as you have to make a decision, your idea fractures, right? You have to like, do we take it in this direction or this direction? Both are do different things and we have to make a choice. Let's go this direction, right? That's the whole point of art direction, is like, or any sort of creative direction, right? As you make those choices and push it in a direction, the idea starts to become more real because things get more nitty gritty, and you have, you don't know the color of a character, like you don't know everything about everything when you start, right? But eventually it all kind of relates back to some initial goal, I guess. But that initial goal can also change. Anyway, the whole point I was trying to make was, I think talking about idea and outcome is like the wrong way of talking about it, because the process of making it develops the idea, so they're completely integrated. I don't think it's like, it's like when people paint an image, right? It's not like have idea, have picture in your head, paint picture, right? There might be an idea, but you still have to develop the idea, right? And turn it into the thing that it will eventually become through sort of a design process. Yeah, the work makes it tangible, exactly, and it changes, right? It's never it's never fully formed. Anyway, so, but yeah, this was like I think it was a rage bait post, so I don't want to rant about it, and also that's old news now. But where was I going with this? I was going somewhere with it. Oh yeah. But like that post to me was like, this person is not like, there's something about the way they're talking that makes me think they're either motivated by something else, or they are like, they clearly are not coming from the perspective that most people have. And also they didn't support their claim, right? Like they didn't like, here's why you guys are wrong. They didn't make the argument that like they weren't defending it, right? At least not in any realistic way when people were telling them that their take is terrible. People in the comments were like, dude, your garbage take, and they weren't defending it. Not well. They clearly signaled that they had no idea what they were talking about. And that to me, yeah, made me want to research further. And I was like, yep, sure enough, this person, they didn't know what they were talking about. Anyway. You're designing ironwork grates for your painting, and one of them ended up looking kind of Hollow Knight-esque, which I'm not upset by. Nice, I guess. If that's what you wanted. And so yeah, if you're not upset, that's good. That's good. Yeah, a lot of times, right? That's how that works. Is like you make a choice, and then you're like, is this the direction I want to go? And then yes or no. And if you say yes, that idea has become a little bit more defined, And then in the end, you have a fully formed thing, which I'm not calling the idea. I'm going to call the product, because I still think when people say idea, they mean the first idea. But I realized there was a discrepancy. Different people, some people seem to think that the idea was the full thing, and then other people seem to think that the idea was the starting point. And I think from the context of the post that I read, the idea meant starting point, which I think is ludicrous that the starting point would be 99%. But otherwise, because the other version of interpretation makes that comment nonsensical. That's like saying the outcome of the thing is 100% of the thing. Well, duh. Like, no, of course, the outcome of my painting is my painting. Like, that's not a, like, no one's going to disagree with that. Like, that's not a take. So, yeah, I can only interpret it as the idea meant the initial idea. But anyway, that was me reading into something and being non-literal. And I'm glad you did too, because I know sometimes you said that you tend to be literal, and in that instance, you were not. So, I'm glad because it makes me feel validated. At least a little bit. Yeah, the other interpretation doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Because I actually like I mean, I would actually side with the idea, I like the idea, or that, like, ditching the language of, like, having an idea and then developing the idea. Like, I need to pay someone to make my idea for me. I don't like that framing, because I think the people who end up making it will end up making so many decisions, it will cease being your idea, Like, unless you are super hands-on in the creative direction, like, unless you are all of the creative directing version, like, even then, your concept artists will have ideas and you will sign off on them. Is it therefore your idea? No, like, it's a collaborative, right? Like, at some point, you can't really talk about idea leading to outcome. Like, that's not the process. You don't just have an idea and then make the idea. It feels like just a bad framing. Like, that's just not how that works. Like, I think you can start with a garbage idea and end up with a great idea, right? Like, I think you can develop it. I think you can develop an idea that isn't really working into an idea that does work. Now, is that ideal? No. Hopefully your initial idea is okay too. But I do think it's possible. Because as you make choices, you're like, is this working? No, let's solve the problems. And then you solve the problems and it gets better. So yeah, that's my take. I just feel like that whole framing of, I have an idea and I want someone to make my idea, is a bad framing. Which is, I think, one of the reasons that rubs me the wrong way with AI people is because they think they have an idea and then they make the AI make their idea and they're like, that was my idea. And anyone who's made stuff would be like, was it though? Like, did you actually make all those choices? You typed one paragraph. Don't tell me one paragraph directed that thing to create that thing in the way you wanted it. Like, nah, get out of here. That's not the way you thought it up, Like you might be convinced it is, but you're deluding yourself. You're telling me with that statement that you've never made art. To any degree. Probably. Or you're using words in ways that I don't understand. Because I don't... Which is also possible. Okay, anyway. I kind of like this painting. There's some... I like the colors. I mean, they're all the same colors, but yeah. They see something that vaguely represents the idea in their head, but they can see it. It must match their idea, right? Exactly. It's like... Yeah. I remember a post, it was years ago, before AI. It was I think it must have been Reddit. It could have been somewhere else. It might have been Twitter. But it was someone saying, or they were talking about, like, what do you do when you there's that, sorry, let me backpedal. There's that whole thing where, like, I don't know if it's like a rule or, it's one of those, like, made up laws that aren't a real law, but it's like most people have experienced, where, like, as a kid or even as an adult, you think of a thing like a solution, like wouldn't it be cool if this gadget existed, and then 10 years later that gadget exists and it's mass market and it's popular, like I had that idea, right? Like I think everybody's experienced that probably at some point, where you're like, I thought of that thing when I was a kid. Me and my friends were talking about Instagram before Instagram existed, and it's like, man, if only we could have been rich. But it's like, you wouldn't have made it in any way the same way, probably. Like, in hindsight, yes, that does the thing kind of that you were talking about, but it's not the thing. Like it's so easy to sort of delude yourself into thinking that that's the thing you would have made if you were to set forth in making this thing that you thought of. But like, you would have had to make 1,000 decisions along the way, and you probably wouldn't have made it in the same way. You wouldn't have been responding to the same environment. You wouldn't have been responding to the same tech. You wouldn't have been responding to the same problems in the same way. Like, you wouldn't have ended up with the same thing. There's like almost no chance. And yet we like to tell ourselves that, like, I would have made that. And you wouldn't have. Like, it's possible. Sometimes things are just so simple, it's just a matter of, like, somebody had to do it first. And, that's totally fair, I guess. But I do think a lot of times we delude ourselves into thinking that, like, that thing that we saw... I think a well-designed product, or a well-designed story, or a well-designed painting, or whatever, right? It feels like it could have only existed in that one way, right? Like, because the pieces, it's so well-designed that, like, everything just fits together perfectly. And yet, when you try to make it, things don't fit together that perfectly, because you aren't the one. Like, you actually have to make the choices. You have to make every single decision, and so it's not gonna be the same, like, because you don't think of every piece individual, all formulated at once. Anyway, I like this topic. I've been thinking about it quite a bit. It's just an enjoyable topic for me, because it's like, it sort of plays into the psychology of like making things and having ideas. And because, again, I think we've all at least I have. I don't know how many people have experienced that, where you have this idea, and then later on in life you see someone more or less make the thing that you felt like you were talking about. Wouldn't it be cool if you had a cleaning device that could just hook right up to your vacuum, and it's like a little add-on that does a thing, and you're like, I thought of that thing. Or wouldn't it be cool if you had this thing that did this other thing, and you're like, oh my gosh, that was my idea. And like, I just think there's a little bit of, I don't know, maybe not self-delusion, I don't know what it is, but I feel like it taps into that part of your brain where it's like, you see the outcome and you convince yourself that's what you would have done, which I'm not convinced that's what you would have done. You would have made different choices. Maybe some of them would have been the same. Maybe it would have fulfilled the same purpose. But again, you could still make the thing and it would be different, right? And if it wasn't different, that means you didn't actually have the idea, right? Like, I think if you're because this is where, like, it always reminds me of, like, any sort of creative project, like an art contest, when you get a prompt and you have 1,000 people enter, and there are a lot of them that are vaguely very similar, but there's also, like, none of them are exactly the same, right? Like, you never see two exactly the same paintings, or two of anything that's made and created by humans that are exactly the same. There's always differences. And yet, when we see it in the other context, we're like, I would have made it exactly the same. And you're like, why? No, you wouldn't have. It never happens that way. Ever. It never happens that you make it the exact same as someone else. And yet, when you see that work, you're like, that's what I thought. Like, where's that disconnect coming from? I don't know. But it's funny that people so reliably make that disconnect, and yet, in practice, it's never that way. I mean, maybe, okay, there have been times throughout history where, like, people arrive at the same solutions, especially in things like science or math, where it's like, you literally have people make this more or less the same discovery at the same time. But again, that's like a fact. That's not a design, right? That's not a designed product or a solution to a thing. You know, it's literally like a discovery, and I think discoveries are different. And I think people treat art like it's a discovery, where it's like, this is the perfect thing that does the thing. Anyway, and I thought of that thing. Anyway. Okay, I'm rambling. And Drupzilla says, and I personally often feel like my ideas are just not great and not worth turning to product. So that's the thing, Drupzilla. This is where I think when I'm saying the disconnect between idea versus outcome, I think that's where you're getting it wrong, if I do say so myself. I don't think this is not... This is not the creative process. This isn't how it works, right? That you don't start with a good idea and then make the thing. You don't do that. Or actually, let's put a straight arrow here, right? Because the real path is much more winding, and the good idea develops. You might start with like an okay-ish kernel of an idea, right? Like this is the thing that the whole, if I can get one point across, or that I'm trying to convey, and again, you don't have to agree with me, but most things don't start out as a good idea. It starts out like a vague concept that barely even, you know, it sounds stupid if you were to say it out loud almost, right? Like, you don't need a good idea to start. That's the whole thing. It ends as when people see the product, they say, that was a good idea. But that they're talking about the end. The start can be a random, you know, the inspiration could be, I don't know, let's do something healthy. You know, let's make a sport. Let's make a game that gets kids outside, right? Gets kids active, right? That's not an idea. That's like a goal, kind of, sort of. And like, maybe that's your goal. Maybe your goal is, you know, we have this really cool object. It's a ball. You know, maybe it's a weird ball. It's a strange ball shape, you know? And we're gonna play around with that and turn it into a game. Maybe you have a game, we want like, you know, roguelite. I don't know how to spell that. I'm not even gonna try. You know, maybe we have like a roguelike game that we want to make with a basketball player or something, you know? And we're gonna make that. And it's like, wouldn't that be cool? But like, you don't know where it's gonna... You don't know the exact outcome of it. You don't know the design. You don't know all the little nuances that you're gonna face when you start making decisions. You never start with a good idea. And in fact, a lot of the best ideas that you would think of, if you were to sum them up in like the most basic terms, they suck, right? I mean, there was an interview, there was an interview with Lin-Manuel Miranda. I thought it was roguelite. So there, it's both. It's both roguelite and roguelike. Those are both terms that people use, and I genuinely don't know the difference. I don't know which one came first. I think maybe roguelite came first. But yeah, both are terms people use. And I've looked this up before, and I'm not sure why. But anyway, but I remember there was an interview with Lin-Manuel Miranda, the writer of Hamilton. You laughed out loud. Sorry, I'm bad at pronouncing things. Anyway, that guy, he wrote the Hamilton. And there was an interview with him where he was talking about like the initial idea, and like he was saying like it wasn't a fully formed idea, and he even admitted like it sounded kind of stupid, but he wanted to pursue it. And like if he would have just gone to someone with the idea nobody would have believed in him because unless he already had like the validation of being, you know, a famous person. But like, it was like, if you were to sum it up as saying, let's do, you know, wartime with American war, or like, what do you call it? Like, it's not Revolutionary War. I don't know what it is. Like the Founding Fathers, but hip hop and played by nearly an entirely black cast. That just doesn't, like, it doesn't inherently sound good, right? There's nothing about it that is like, that's the idea, right? No, the idea came about as, right, like the idea came about through, like, in the choices made during the thing, right? Like, it, or like, you know, if you were to summarize Finding Nemo as like a dad lost his son, oh, and they're fish, you know, like, okay, great, you know, is that a great idea? Like, it's not even an idea, and that's not even necessarily where you started, right? Like, a lot of times it's just like, okay, cool, man, boy lost his son and he's a dog, great movie there. Like, are we like, the idea doesn't need to sound good. And I think this is this is my theory on, okay, I'm going to totally pivot here, and many of you have heard me say this. This is armchair theory time, armchair psychology. This is what I think a lot of people, when they talk about art block, is like, you're rejecting your idea before you give it a chance because you haven't developed it, right? So you're like, this happens to, and I repeat this story a lot, but like sometimes when I make a painting that I'm proud of, I will think like, you know, because the idea starts down here, right? Dumb idea. Idea starts at 0 and it goes up to 100. And over the course, you know, maybe it starts at a 20 and it's over time, your idea gets better, right? Okay, so eventually your idea will hit peak idea. But then you make a new painting and you're coming off of this high and you're like, I want my next painting to be this good. Well, guess what? Every idea that you have, you make a new idea, it's garbage. You make a new idea, it's also, none of them are as good as this, because you're comparing it to like this top peak thing. No, your idea can start sucky, because most ideas aren't actually good. It just needs to be exciting enough for you to start on it, you know? Just make an idea that it doesn't even have to be a good idea, it just needs to be something that you're willing to put time into and commit to, I think. That's my theory around art block. Like, oh, I think a lot of people discount ideas, and they're like, nothing is good enough. I don't have any good ideas. Well, so what? Like, you have ideas. Ideas are good enough. It's not about having a good idea. You just need to not discard any idea before. Yeah, like, I think people want to start with a great idea. It's like, just start with something. Don't throw it in the garbage before you even develop it. The idea starts undeveloped and then you develop it. Anyway, that's I'm very adamant about that. And I think people need to give themselves more like freedom to develop their ideas. And I mean, again, this is where process matters, right? Doing the thing lets you know what to do next. Stoic says, some of the emphasis on ideas, I think, comes from trying to backwards engineer success, like how somehow the execution being good proves that the idea was good or well, that, again, yeah, no, I think you're right, and I think that's where, yeah, and that's where I think that sort of, it's not a false dichotomy, but the poor framing, right? The framing of first idea, and then you make the idea. You know, it's like, I have an idea and I make it. That's a very like a business thing, right? Where like business exec has an idea, then they pay someone to do all the work, and then they take credit for the idea, and they're like, look, that was me. And it's like, no, that was your engineers who solved new and novel problems, and you just happened to pay their salaries. And so, you know, you were willing to pay their salaries, but they still solved the problems, right? They did the work. And like, it wasn't your idea. They had the ideas. They decided where to take their experiments. They were the ones who prototyped and tested. and they came up with the thing, yes, you might have like been the financial backing or the motivator, and I think a lot of it comes from that, right? Like this sort of this very business like idea of you start with an idea, you pay people below you to do the idea, and then you take credit for it. That's not how ideas don't, like, I mean, in a business sense, sure, right? But like that process looks like you are the executive. You pay yourself by doing the work. You know, you have to go and do the work yourself. And the idea never started good. And every single person who's working for that executive could tell them this idea is stupid, but also will make it good. And they eventually make it good, right? Because, and again, this is not always true for all things, but I feel like it is true for creative endeavors. Anyway. And then I didn't read the rest of Stoic's thing. It says, so let me reread Stoic's because I think he had a good comment. Some of the emphasis on ideas, I think, comes from trying to backwards engineer success. Like, somehow the execution being good proves that the idea was good or perfect. No, execution proves the process is repeatable, the idea is not ideal, unless it can meet all your process and execution needs while making the thing. Yeah, exactly. The process was good enough to do the thing and provide good results. Yeah, exactly. Karate Walrus says, yeah, I do that too. Brainstorming, it's all good. Nothing is stupid. Nothing is wrong. Yeah, I think people need to allow themselves the grace of like pursuing a thing, a whimsy, an idea, a little kernel of inspiration. Just allow yourself to build it, right? So you start with a thing, you make it another thing, and then you're like, I don't really like that thing, and so you take it and you take the thing. Nope, not that. And you make another thing, and then you like change it, and then you change it more, and then eventually you end up with like a thing that you're happy with, right? And it's like it doesn't have to. This is not a how to draw a cat, right? And then eventually you have this thing, but eventually you end up with something that you are happy with. You know, maybe you reshape stuff. I don't know how to draw cats. Right? This is not a step-by-step. My point is, a lot of times you don't know what it's going to look like until you start the thing, right? And then at the end you might say, oh, what a great idea. And it's like, it's very much, yeah, it's just, yeah, like Stoic said, it feels like people trying to reverse engineer success. And that's where process matters, and people just ignore it, and it bothers me. Anyway, I get bothered easy. Okay, I'm gonna paint one of these. Which one should I paint? You should spam numbers in chat. I'm not gonna do a poll for today. If anyone has a strong opinion about any of these. Yeah, a lot of people have good ideas, may just don't have the means to act on them. Yeah, and also, like, a lot of times the good stuff doesn't even come from a good idea. It also comes from just, like, doing work and experimenting and playing and starting out with just something and then reacting to things, and you stumble into a really cool thing. Like, yeah, I think if a lot of people were given the means to just make things, I think you would see a lot of good stuff. I think in some ways I get more and more like resistant to the whole framing that you have an idea and then you execute the idea as if it's just like this straight line. When in fact, to me, the idea and the execution is so intertwined that like you can't even talk about the idea without also talking about execution. You can't talk about execution without the idea. Like you do need some starting point, but the starting point sometimes doesn't matter. Sometimes the starting point's really cool, and like obviously in those cases we would call it, oh, the idea was awesome. But sometimes the starting point isn't cool and it doesn't matter at all either. Like I don't think, and obviously for like a game, you know, we were talking about that last stream, but like for a big game or big production where you have like thousands of people working on something, or hundreds, like, yes, you're gonna need enough of some sort of initial vision or pre-planning to like set people on tasks, right? And hire people throughout the process. Sometimes you ramp up the amount of production because you know you can't just hire 1,000 people to do something when you don't have anything decided. And so like yeah, you do have to make some level of decision making, but not everything is like that. And in fact, yeah. Anyway, eyeballing 3, 4. Gosh, you guys are not helpful. 2, 5, 4, 2, 1, 5. I see 5. I see lots of 5s. 2, 5, 3, 4, 2. I see a couple 2s as well. Nachos are a good idea. 2. Okay, it looks like 2 is winning. I think 2's the winner. 5, 5. Drefzilla says 5. Oh, we have more 2s, 4s. I think 2, between 2 and 5. I can't tell. I'm seeing more 2s. Wait, no, people are just repeating themselves. You guys can't just keep repeating. Hold on. Hey, Mousy. Anybody voting twice? Okay, I think we have more 2. I don't know. I'm not sure it matters. None of these are super great. You only did 2 once? Okay. I thought you were trying to be sneaky there. That's okay. 3. Okay, I think we're going with number 2. Let me just save this thing as a JPEG and then as a new file. I'm kind of painting like a slug today. I'm just very slow. Lots of rambles. I mean, that's not a bad thing. I like my rambles. But it's not helping the speediness. A poll would have solved this. I know a poll would have solved it. I know. Oh gosh, don't I know it. A poll would have solved it. But you know what? I wanted the chaos. That was a choice. It was a choice. Sometimes you gotta make a choice and stick with it. Okay, let's try to paint a boat. I've painted stuff like this before. Maybe do we get rid of the boat? I say let's paint a boat and then immediately delete it. This is okay, let's Man, did I ever say how hard boats are to paint in perspective? I struggle with them. I think it's just it just demonstrates to me that I don't know perspective as well as I think I do. Actually, I know I don't know it that well, so I don't even think that I know it that well. It just demonstrates to me that I don't know perspective that well. I just need a lot. Boats are very, dude, they're so, it's the shape, they're curved, it's curved shapes in perspective is really, really hard for me. I can do one of the sides. Like, if I paint, like, one side, right? It's to make the other side. Yeah, they're weird shapes. They also, like, bow out in the bottom. And then they're just so weird. They're so hard to paint. Like, I think that looks pretty good, but then I start painting on it, and it turns out not good. Matching curves and perspective is actually evil? Seriously. I need to summon the ghost, not the ghost, he's not dead. I need to summon like the or steal the spirit of Scott Robertson. Cause I know that guy knows how to draw curves in perspective. Scott Robertson, I need to just like I don't know. Somehow just like download his brain so that I can understand perspective better. Which I know is just a lot of, you know, careful practice and, yeah. But dude knows his stuff. If you've ever seen him draw, like, freehand cars, or not freehand, but you know what I mean. Just like drawing cars and stuff, hard surface vehicle design. His knowledge of just Final Fantasy summon real quick. Seriously. Okay, let me find some references though, because there are lots of boats out there on the internet. Do I want a boat in this though? That's the question. I actually don't know. Oh, we were talking about like perception and illusions the other day. I found a cool illusion. It happens a lot in my art. I know this is a random pivot, but I only remember this because I saved it. It's not a color illusion, it's a value illusion. And it's one I've seen it in my own art, but I've never seen it like you guys have probably seen it. It's probably new to me, but it's this. I don't know if you guys have seen this. So if you kind of squint, so you know how we oftentimes talk about squinting to check values? So like this line, I haven't actually checked it, yeah, this line is the same, right? It's the same value, the center line. And like, you know it is. You know this is the same gray. And yet if you squint, even when you squint, your brain will still tell you it's the same value, or it's a different value, right? Like you just see that as lighter and you see this as darker. And yet they're the same value. Anyway, it's one of those things where like you know it. Like yeah, and I think we've all seen it at some point, but this is one of the reasons why I think it's so hard. Like we were talking about how painting will always be hard. And I think because no matter how much you know, like no matter how much you understand color or understand values, you will never not see this. I mean, you might not see this, depending on the scale or how zoomed in you are and what device you're viewing it on. But if you are like a normal person, there will always be cases where you will fall for optical illusions, right? And so if you're trying to check your values, what does it mean to like make sure your values are right? Right? In some ways it's you're just trying to make sure that it reads properly, right? If you want this to read as a constant value, don't you need to lighten this side? Like couldn't you adjust this to your like, wouldn't that make it feel like it's lighter or something? Like now that's wrong, but that might feel better. Anyway. Add saturation. That's just on values. Yeah, exactly. I mean, color has its own stuff, right? Color has weird color relativity things as well. Yeah, I mean, yeah, anyway. I think normally you see different... Yeah, anyway. I just thought it was a cool one because it's just a nice reminder that it's hard to like... If you're doing things like, quote-unquote, check-in values... You need to make sure that you're not doing it by some random metrics like oh, this boat needs to be one value. Oh geez, trying to match the gradient ramp. Yeah, I was trying to undo it by ungradiating it, because like this was an accurate gradient, right? This makes it look like a gradient, but it's not. It's the same value. And so trying to make it look like one value by darkening this appropriately, which is hard because now this is a gradient. Anyway, what's happening? Wait, I don't see the alert. Hold on. What just happened? Did we get raided? No, wait. Is it a raid or is it a sub? Hold on. Where's my chat? Chat, I've lost you. It's a sub! Thank you for the sub! Coolielo, thank you for the sub. This is why I should not have the same alerts. Thank you very much for the sub. I very much appreciate it. Thanks for the 2 months. That's why it kind of bothers me when people just turn saturation down as a way of color checking their values are working, because that's only half the story. As lighter values even if they're the same value as the color, so you have to adjust accordingly. Yeah. I mean, some people, though, it like, I kind of do that, Sarah, but only sometimes. But that's because I don't have a better tool at my disposal other than, like, the other way of doing it. With like in Photoshop, because they have the proofing set up. But yeah, I think a lot of it still and this is what's so oh, I know why I went on this. I saved that illusion. This pivots really nicely into a fun rant. So okay, let me try to lay the groundwork here. So this is obviously about perception, right? You're looking at your painting, you're trying to analyze it. One of the reasons that's so hard is because, one, you shouldn't just rely on like metrics, right? Like, it's a decent way to check. I mean, some people learn how to paint only in value and apply color afterwards. Gotcha. Yeah. When in reality, if you care about color, it's better to learn color and value in tandem. Yeah. So that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, I think there's a lot of like compositional principles that are good to learn in just value, right? Where it's not really about the execution of the thing, but it's more about learning to think about these concepts. Yes, the actual, like, the values will change when you start using color, but the concepts of what you pay attention to and how are kind of the same, I think. But yeah, anyway, I don't want to get into a whole, like, different philosophies of teaching. But in some ways, it's to me, it's more about like composition than it is about color. But it's also relevant. But yeah, it's tricky. But anyway, this is there's a really, I just read a thing today, kind of similar to that topic we were talking about a while back, with like using illusions and art, like art and art illusions to sort of like test certain boundaries of like human perception. But there's also this, you know, those illusions where like you can see like a duck or a person, right? Like, is this a duck swimming in a pond, or is this a person's face? Or there's that illusion of like an old lady or a young lady. You know, there's like one old wrinkled lady, and then there's another one with like a youthful looking person. Like, have you guys seen those? Or even like non-visual illusions. There's also like sound illusions where like you can hear one of two things, and sometimes what you're primed for, it will affect it. And like, so if someone tells you this is a picture of an old lady, you'll like, here, let me show you the old lady illusion. You guys have probably seen this, right? The old lady illusion. Let me try to find the real one. The authentic. Copy image. You guys will probably, I mean, you guys will be able to see both of them, but like, here's the old lady illusion. Do you guys see the old lady? You probably see the old lady. Some of you are gonna, no, it's not the upside down face, but you guys see the old lady, right? But you probably also, if I tell you that there's the young lady, that you'll probably then also see her, right? Everybody's gonna see the old lady probably, because I was just saying old lady. Yeah, but there's also the young lady looking away, right? Yeah, you can see both quite easily, right? Because they're totally different scales, right? Old lady is like, this is the chin, right? Chin, nose, eyes, hair. And then young lady is, this is the chin, and this is the nose, right? So anyway, but the point is that the one that you see first is oftentimes the one that you're primed to see. It's not, in this case, it's very easy to see both, but sometimes these types of illusions are hard, and because like there's like a priming effect of like what you think you're supposed to see is what you'll see. And this, I thought this was a really cool example, because like when we're doing our own art, we know what we're supposed to see because we're the ones making it. You only see the person looking away. So this is the nose. This is the nostril. Vegas. This is the chin. She's wearing like a shawl. This is a poofy shawl around her, like a scarf. This is the chin. This is the mouth. The mouth of the lady, the chin. You still can't see the old lady, even when I'm literally drawing it out. This is her bangs. This is her eye. You can't see that? Surely you can see the old lady when I'm drawing it. Because these aren't the same parts for the young... Yeah, it looks like a... Yeah, it looks like the old lady from Ghibli. Yeah, it looks like the Ghibli lady. Anyway, the point I'm making is that because the study or the thing that I was reading today was I mean, it wasn't anything new. Like, this is a well-known effect that, like, if you tell someone, like you guys have probably seen the green, what is it called? The green comet or the brainstorm. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? That sound illusion? It's like green. I think it's a green comet or comet. I don't know what it's. I don't know what the two words. There's a brainstorm and there's it's a sound illusion. Brainstorm. I'll play it if you guys don't know what it is. Or green needle. Sorry, it's green needle. So we'll see if you guys can see this one. Because so this is another one where, like, depending on what you're reading on screen when you hear it. Well, Yanni... Hold on. Let me find one where it puts the words on screen. That way you guys can hear it and see it switch. Here we go. This is I have a point reason I'm showing this because I think it's fun. But okay, this one. So let me turn off my music real quick. And then let me turn up the volume. Let me you guys actually have to look at the screen for this because it'll put words on screen. Let me see if this... I don't know how loud this is going to be. Hold on. Maybe this isn't a good version. The first sound is not relevant. I don't know why they put that in here. This is a stupid... Hold on. Why did they put that first sound in there? So it's the second sound that you're supposed to listen to. You heard Rainstone? Okay. But anyway, so you can hear either Green Needle or Brainstorm, which is the crazy thing so about the audio illusion is that, like, Green Needle and Brainstorm don't even have the same number of syllables. And, like, you can still hear both depending on what you're reading. But the point I'm making is that because what is in your head or what you think you're supposed to hear can so, like, change your perception. This is one of the reasons why, like, doing your own art critiques is so hard. Too much audio compression is stealing YouTube videos. Yeah, I mean, it's a very... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It works for me. The illusion still works for me. But anyway, the point that I was going to come back to is, like, when you have an idea in your head, I know I'm using that term again after I just ranted about it, but when you have, like, you know what your goal is and you're trying to paint, a lot of times you're going to see the thing that you want to see because, like, oh, it looks good to me, but, like, oh, of course it looks good to you because you know what it's supposed to be, right? And then somebody else might not see what you're seeing because you already know what you're supposed to see. It's a similar problem to using leading questions in polls or journalism. Yeah, exactly. You're priming them to answer the question the way you want them to answer, and then they give you, surprise, surprise, the answer that you wanted. And yeah, it's kind of the same where, like, this is why it's really hard. Like, art is hard because it's not, you can't just say, let me color pick and make sure my values are right. Well, that doesn't work because there's illusions that make that not the way that it works. But also, what if I never see what I want it to be? Well, then probably also not drawing it the way that you want it either. I mean, you could just objectively not have it look like what you want, right? It could be a very real issue, but it could also be that you think it's better than it is, right? And it's like, well, both could be a problem. There's so many problems. But I just think it's an important thing to remember when you're doing art that, like, you know, second opinions are good. Also take breaks, get fresh takes. Anyway, it's always a thing. It's a topic that I like because it's so. Also, I don't know if I want to make a boat in here. Why was there boats? Why? What is this? Are these trees or flowers? They could be roses. Maybe we put red roses. Is Valentine's after all? Flower field, classic flower field. I say classic because like I paint a lot of them. I do like my flower fields. I remember thinking about that years ago. Yeah, I had a bigger point that I wanted to make when I was reading this. Here, I can link the article. It's pretty interesting. It just kind of it's a similar thing that I talked about. See if I can find it. It was just a little article. I thought it was fun. Nothing super insightful, and it's a lot of old. You know, it talks about a lot of. It's where that those two illusions that I pulled from today came from. A lot of these are like old illusions that you have seen. I don't even know when this was written. It could have been a long time. It's probably very old. Anyway, I think it was written on 2014. So yeah, it's quite old, but also yeah. And most of the studies are even older than that. But anyway, I thought it was interesting because I think it played, and I had a thought that it wasn't in the article, but it was like, I'm trying to remember what the thought was because, dang it, this is why I should write things down when I read things. Let me close some tabs. There was a point. I remember there was a line in here that made me think of something that was super relevant. Oh yeah, I mean, I think it was just the point that I just made. Never mind. I think I made it. I can taste the sugar. It does feel kind of like cotton candy, doesn't it? Lemon Cat, how are you? Oh, also I paused my music. Let me start it back up. But yeah, I think it's just a nice reminder that one, you're not always trying to like make things perfect, right? So for example, if you wanted this to read as a single line, right? So imagine you were painting an object that was all one color, right? This is a reminder that maybe you don't want it to literally be all one color, right? Or one value, right? Just because technically it's one value, how you light it changes. And so, because perception, right? It changes. But also, you seeing something one way doesn't mean that others are going to see. And so I feel like so much of art is trying to, when you look at things, you're trying to sort of view it from a different way of, instead of like, you're trying to like ask yourself questions and shift your perspectives and see things in different ways. Anyway, it's kind of what that article talks about a little bit. But yeah, anyway, I thought it was interesting. It very much relates to art, I feel like. It's kind of fun. It's a fun read. Nothing super crazy new or insightful, but, you know. Did I just tune into Fanta Exotic stream? Gooey, yummy, extraordinary. Yes. Very, very cotton candy. No, it's Valentine's, and I feel like this color palette is very Valentine's-y, kind of. I got myself some of Skittles Krita brushes today, and I might test it. Nice. How are they? I mean, you probably don't know because you haven't tested them. Also, I'm adding some overlay here, making it extra cotton candy. This is very cotton candy. There's no focal point in this, and I don't like that. Let's make a one big tree in the middle. The tunes go crazy. Is it extra loud? Did I make the tunes too loud? Stoic, are my tunes too loud? They might be. One big tree in the middle. No, good crazy. Okay. It's a little quieter now. I didn't turn it down. It just changed song, I think. Okay, let's do the gesture of this tree. Big old tree. Right in the middle. All I wanted was some simple brushes that has a bit of texture in them, and so far it seems like they're that. Yeah, those are the best brushes in my opinion. Totally not biased. So that's basically all I use. It's just basic brushes with a bit of texture. But also not so much texture that I can't press hard and make them opaque, right? That I think is the key for me in my painting that I prefer in my brushes most of the time, is like I have the ability to paint a solid shape and block in shapes, but I also have the ability to paint softly and get a bit of texture in there. And so I can kind of have this grittiness if I want, or I can make this very solid opaque brushstroke. Some texture brushes are so gritty that you can't ever get an opaque shape. And those brushes are really hard to work with. I think that's the thing I remember seeing years ago when I first started painting, and that was some of the advice, is people were like, don't paint with texture brushes, because a lot of the texture brushes they were talking about were like basically like a speckle brush. And it's like, yeah, if you're painting with like the old school, you know, MS Paint airbrush, which was like the spray can brush, and it just had like pixels, that's awful. Like you can't control it, right? Because it's just gonna leave a speckle pattern. But if you're, hold on, what am I doing here? I'm in deep thought real quick. Trying to make this tree stand out a little bit by pushing the values in the background just a little bit closer. The one in the forward. Yeah, the spray can brush in MS Paint, yeah. And so if that's what you're using as a texture brush, yeah, that's really hard to paint because you can't block in shapes, right? You don't have control over your overall, like, yeah, it's very hard to control your painting. But anyway, most texture brushes are not like that. I mean, maybe not most. I don't know if most are. Maybe most are, but there's a lot of texture brushes that are not like that. That looks like a face. I didn't mean to make a ghost face in here. Trying to add some darker lines to like make a painting trees. Now, I'm not trying to outline this, but I'm trying to add some deep, dark, occluded areas. Not much, just a few. And maybe some in the foreground, too. Okay, do we have a light side? And a shadow side. I think the shadow side's gonna be this side. So I'm adding some of this light blue back here. Kind of make these ethereal a little bit. We can get rid of that face looking thing. Kind of just teasing out some of these shapes here. I don't really quite know exactly what I'm going for. I wanted a little bit spindly, I think, and a little bit like twisted. So maybe there's some shapes cut in front of the other shapes. And have some nice gestural lines. So will you go for the Valentine's romance theme, or you go with the cotton candy? Definitely cotton candy theme here. This is just cotton candy trees. Yeah, nothing super romancy. The colors, I mean, we started with the colors as just like a general starting point. But the actual, you know, yeah. Definitely going cotton candy vibes. I don't know how I would turn this into romancy painting. Maybe add like a couple walking through the forest or something. I don't know. We could try to turn it into like add a bit of romance to it. I don't think we need to though. I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know how I would do that. Do people still eat cotton candy, or have people realized it's pure sugar? I think both. I think most people know it's pure sugar, and yes, people still eat it. I don't know about on Valentine's though. I feel like I associate cotton candy more with like fairgrounds and like festivals, or like that, maybe not festivals, but like that kind of thing. Yeah, I think both. I think people know it's pure sugar and they still like it. Like even as a kid, I knew it was pure sugar, and well, actually, I wasn't even a big fan of it, but I know a lot of people who did like it, and they certainly knew. Also, this kind of looks like a person. Let me do something. Let me take a new layer. Just do like an overpaint. It's fun to watch it being made. Yeah. There's it's also funny how how poofy it is, and so like if you condense it, there's you know those it was like a cotton candy speed eating contests, and there's like ways to just like make it instantly, eat it instantly, because it's so poofy you can like compact it and just like it's pretty funny. Cotton candy is very interesting. Although at that point, why condense it? Like, isn't the whole point that it's whipped up and fluffy? I think my issue with cotton candy as a kid, I always had it on like super hot days, and it was never refreshing. Like, it looked good, but it was always warm, and the second you eat it, it's like it just gets even more warm, and it was never like, I don't know, something about it made it feel like it would be this cool, refreshing treat or something, but it never was. It was always hot and sticky and not an enjoyable treat, in my opinion. Like, if cotton candy was cold, it would be amazing. If cotton candy were super cold, like ice cream is just better cotton candy. Also can be almost pure sugar, but it's just better. It's like cotton candy, but in ice form would be quite great. I don't know if that's a thing. It should exist. Somebody should make it, and then I'll take credit for their idea, or for the execution of their idea. You should do that. Cotton candy soda? No, I don't care about the flavor of cotton candy. It was more about the means of eating it that was cool. Like, the big poofiness was neat. Isn't slushy a bit like... True, slushies are a bit like that. You never once related cotton candy to refreshing? Oh, interesting. Maybe I'm just weird. I always thought cotton candy was like supposed to be like an enjoyable thing on a hot day, and then it's like this just makes the hot day worse because it's all sticky and sucky. Cotton candy's always yeah, it was the least refreshing thing ever. And it's like, to me, I always it's like you want it because it looks delicious, and then you eat it and you're like, this is not a pleasant experience. At least not for me. It was never pleasant. Yeah, maybe not refreshing is the right word. Also, what am I doing here? Also, this song gets a little loud. 1 second, let me... There we go. Also, if I missed any things in chat, let me know. Did I miss any redeems? I might have. I don't think so. Okay. Let me close some tabs, though. I got a lot of them. It's just fun candy, but the stickiness was part of the fun. Was it? Oh gosh, the stickiness was not part of the fun for me. But I can totally see that some people might like that. Okay, this does not read as... Okay, let me Google some twisted tree trunks, just to see if there's something similar. I'm sure there are. It's probably some pretty good... Ooh, here's a good reference. And I say good reference, but probably not a great reference, because it's probably a reference that a million people have directly referenced, and but that's fine, because I already have my sketch, so that works. But here's my reference. Probably an iconic tree. Some people probably even know where that tree is located. But it has some cool shapes, especially right here. I like this spot right there. Why did it go away? PureRef, you're supposed to stay in front of my screen. Why is PureRef going to the back? Can someone tell me? Why is PureRef not staying in front? PureRef? What are you doing? What in the world? What if I save you? What's happened? Oh no, hold on, let me close it and reopen it. Right-click the settings. I don't know how to get into settings. Right-click settings. While you have the window active, you press spacebar? Nope. Okay, let's go back to settings. Always in front. No. It's a settings option. I'm looking. I thought it was a default thing. I don't know why it turned off for me. Just right click and you can see some options. Always on top. Always in... Oh, there we go. So it was... Control-Shift-A. Control-Shift-A. While you are clicked on the background, not an image. No, it does. Space to me has always made it larger. Space autofills to screen for me, and it always has. But it's fine. It's no, now it's on top. So yeah, Control-Shift-A was always on top. I don't know how. Maybe I hit it somehow. Anyway, it fixed. Problem solved. Thank you guys for the help. I appreciate it. But anyway, this part right here, I quite like. Yeah, maybe they're different. Yeah, maybe they're different on Mac from PC. That could be. You don't like it on? Wait, how do you have it on top then? You when you use PureRef, you don't have it floating like this? Interesting. Second screen? True, you could have it on second screen. That's true. I use it on second monitor most of the time, but depends on what I'm doing. Yeah, that's fair. That's totally valid. I actually had it on my second screen also, but then I moved it over and it was randomly minimizing. Some little shapes in here. You just posted a screenshot of yours in Discord. Sarah, I don't think you're crazy. I think you were telling the truth of what your experience was, and it just wasn't my experience. I believe you. I believe you. It just wasn't working for me because space for me is to make it. If I take an image like this, it will fill it to whatever ratio I have. So if I have a screen this big and I press space, it will. If I don't have any image selected, it will make it large. If I have like 2 images in here, let's say I grab another image. Gnarled tree. So if I have 2 images, like this one, it'll fill this canvas, but if I select an image, it'll fill that image. So space to me will either take this working space in here, it'll fill that. If I don't have anything selected, it'll fill it to my screen in the most aspect ratio-y way it can do it, right? So if I change my canvas, it'll fill it in that space the best it can, right? And if I take one image and I click it and press space, it'll fill that to my canvas. So I can crop it. So yeah, that's space for me. I can also double click. Yeah, double click also works for me, but I can't double click no image. I can just zoom out. So if I want to go from here to here, so like if I've lost my images and I want them all on my screen, I can just hit space and it'll put everything. Yeah, anyway. That's what that does. Control-Shift up, then Control-Shift-P. I'm afraid to do that. Your OCD or whatever makes you dislike having windows overlapping. That's totally valid. Yeah, I don't typically. I just don't like to look between monitors unless I can help it. I think partly it's because I have my menus on this screen. And because I have my menus on this screen, there's a bigger gap between my windows because my two monitors are next to each other, and then I have like my menus in the middle. So actually, I think if I were to put my menus over here, then it would be better for me to do like the other screen. I could just have it right next to it. But this way it doesn't bother me too much. Especially if I'm just working with like lines and doing sketching or something. Well, hello there, Joe. Oh, wait, I mean Ron raid or something. Yeah, Arrow Macro, Ron raided. What just happened? I just clicked something. Yeah, Ron raided us. How's it going, Macro? Hope you're doing well. We are painting a tree. A zigzaggy tree. With some zigzags. Not like that. I came with Ron's viewers, but I was playing bingo with the fam at the time. Nice. Did you win any bingo? I don't remember the last time I played bingo, but it's fun. It can be a good time. Hope you won. Did you do prizes? Do you gamble? A lot of people like to gamble with bingo, right? Isn't that a thing? Like a money payout? You pay to enter, and then you gamble it? Is that how you play bingo? I actually don't know how people typically play bingo. You make sure everybody gets at least one prize? Gotcha. Well, that's nice. Isn't bingo typically a form of gambling? I actually don't know. Or is it free? I don't know if you have to... Do you typically pay to do bingo? I don't know how bingo works. I just know they call out numbers and then you score. One of your earliest memories from a bingo event at your school, you won a giant stuffed Christmassy bear plush? Nice. You missed that bear. Aw. It's very high quality. Nice. At a casino? We don't gamble. Your niece and nephew play too? Nice. Wait, they have bingo at casinos? I didn't know that. It doesn't surprise me, but... You pay for cards? Gotcha. Oh, gotcha. Oh, so there's probably people with like 20 different cards, and they're playing all their cards at once. You call out numbers, cover spots on a board, call when you get bingo, and then some elderly woman swears. I love that description. Well, you would if you had too many cards though, and it took you too long to find if you won. If somebody else also won at the same time as you, then you're too slow. So like you kind of don't want to. So there is like a, not skill really, but there is like a speediness, right? Like you don't want to be too slow because imagine you're sitting there fumbling through all your bingo cards, or I guess they're probably on a table, and like you're slow and like you don't win because you don't call it out fast enough. Or does it matter? Like if you get a bingo that you win, or is it if you call it out first? Oh, what's this? Oh, thanks. You're telling me to sit up straight. Thank you for the posture check. So this still says time up. Let's get rid of that. Yeah, I appreciate that. If you call out first, okay, so you do have to call out. I love the idea of having dozens of bingo in your pocket. Fill your pockets with bingo cards for every occasion. You never know when you might need one. I'm gonna come back in here with the shadow colors. Okay, 5K in 30 minutes is an exaggeration, but you get my point. I used to play bingo at the casino sometimes. It's a nice way to gamble without accidentally losing 5K in 30 minutes. Fair enough. That's true. I think that's a good point, Vegas. Because I think, like, I am not a big fan of gambling in terms of, like, the way it's marketed and pushed and sort of manipulative in many ways. And of course, entire casino designs by, default are like trying to extract money from you and make you, lose track of time and lose track of how much money you have because it's not always super intuitive. Anyway, they do anything and everything to get your money basically, but not a big fan of that. And in general, gambling can be really predatory. However, I think if you want to gamble and you have money and you're okay with spending it and you're okay with it burning it, just like you might go to the movies and, pay money for an allotted amount of time and you just go there, or, you have a budget and you go to a theme park and you spend $200 or something, whatever. That's fine, right? If you want to go gamble and you have $200, say, I'm going to gamble until it's gone or until I feel like leaving, fine, right? Allow yourself to lose $200 if that's the amount that you want to budget for it. I have no problem with that. And I think you have a good point, Vegas. Like, that's not a bad way to do it, where you're like, as it drags it out, right? It's sort of, it's a slower way. It's a slower way to, like, you can still engage in the activity, but you actually allow yourself to get more than like 5 minutes out of the experience. Because, yeah, I imagine there's a lot of people who go to a casino. They say, I'm going to spend, this much money or whatever. And then they lose it immediately. And they're like, well, crap, I didn't have a good time. I didn't get to spend any time there. So like, okay, whatever, I'll put in a little bit more so I can spend more time. And then suddenly that's the thing, right? You've done the thing you weren't going to do. But like, I think yeah. And so if you do an activity where you can't lose it all immediately, then it does feel like it's better. Can't leave on a loss. Oh god, no. I mean, you should expect to leave on a loss at a casino, but I think it's fine. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of casinos, and I'm not even sure my view on them at all. Like, if they should exist at all. But as a business, I don't know, gambling business where like it's the entire purpose is to let people, basically to take people's money. That feels weird. Whereas like gambling amongst friends is, I think, fine, because the sole purpose is not to take their money. It's to, like, yes, you can win money, but you can also lose money. And there isn't like it's not a for-profit thing, right? Like it's a wash. Everybody, it's, I guess I don't get it. If you enjoy games, there are more fun games that don't require you to gamble. Or there are games that allow you to gamble, but it's not real money, but you still have the thrill of like losing something because there's like time investment. A lot of games, like every action RPG game ever, has like a major gambling element, or like you kill monsters and loot drops and there's a chance that it's good, and like a good loot is awesome and bad loot sucks, and there's or there's mechanics within the game that allow you to gamble on like your in-game currency on items for a chance for more items. Like a lot of games have gambling in them, which I don't think is inherent. I mean, maybe it's bad, I don't know, there's probably arguments for it. I'm sure I could be convinced. I think gambling's really bad in general, but I think if you're talking about like money, when our entire world seemingly revolves around money, I think having gambling that takes people's money is extremely bad. Because people can literally lose their lives, essentially, from gambling. You should not be able to lose that from gambling. That's crazy. Now, if money were like something that more or less only was for like extra expensive, didn't World of Warcraft do that? I don't know. Probably. I mean, all of them have some elements of gambling, right? Pretty much most games do. There's some RNG. I mean, our randomness is fun, right? People like the randomness, the luck of the draw, you don't, when you play a card game and you don't know what card you're gonna get, there's a random element. And so to some degree, you are placing, I mean, yes, there's skill, but obviously, and most card games have a lot of skill, but you are placing some hope that you get the luck of the cards, that you get the better draws, or you get a good draw, and yes, you still have to make the best play with the cards that you get, but also, hold on, I don't like these shapes here. When it's RNG with 0 skill, it loses that fun from you. Yeah, totally fair. Totally fair. I mean, that's why, most casino games, not all casino games, a lot of casino games are, they do have some skill, right? Like poker has some skill, blackjack has some skill. Granted, the expected return on investment is still negative with blackjack. Probably with poker too, because there's 8 people or whatever, so you're literally like 1 of 8, like the chances that you're better than all other 8 people are pretty low, right? You'd have to be reliably better than half of them, and even then it's kind of sometimes like winner take all. So I don't know what the expected value or return of investment is for poker, but at least in poker it's very clearly a skill game. Blackjack still feels bad, I feel like. But yeah, that's totally a valid thing. I mean, you know what, Theory, you're probably better off for not liking gambling. Gambling is not probably a great thing to get into. Unless you have lots of money and you genuinely like the game. But like you said, there's so many other ways to play games that don't involve that. Or if they do, they don't involve it in a way that is like life-ruining. I don't know. I think people just like stakes. I kind of get it. What I dislike most is when devs introduce randomness into something that should be skill-based, like racing games. Oh gosh, that was like the whole reason well, maybe not the whole reason. It was one of the big reasons. So Super Smash Bros. Melee, right? Beloved game, super competitive. Well, as far as Smash Brothers go, it's still Smash. It's not exactly It's a pretty entry-level friendly game. It's not super hardcore in terms of fighting games, like Street Fighter or something. But that game was a beloved game. Then they released a game called Smash Brothers Melee. Or, no, Smash Brothers Brawl. Not Melee. So there was Melee and then there was Brawl. And Brawl, they had this mechanic where you could randomly fall over. So you would be trying to do something in this fighting game, and your character would just trip. Why was this in the game? Why would they introduce a mechanic that you could just randomly fall over? You're just playing your game, and super competitive, everything's on the line, and you ran I think it was only when dashing So technically you could counteract it by not ever running. But if as long as you were running, I think their thought probably was that like, well, players will have to make this choice of like, do you run and risk tripping? But no, running is obviously important. And like dashing is just like an important part of the game. You move faster, you reposition. But the fact that you're repositioning can randomly result in you falling over. Anyway, needless to say, totally destroyed the competitive scene in that game. People hated it. They continue to play Melee. I think to this day they still play Melee, although I think Ultimate is also a respected game. But anyway, yeah, I think they learned from that. So stupid. It actually, like, it's funny to just recount this memory or this story because it's so silly. Like, I kind of get why maybe you could like justify that in some ways at first, but the more you think about it, the less it makes sense. Anyway, I thought it was fun. I actually liked Brawl. Brawl was fun. I played a lot of Brawl. Good game, I thought, but also I totally understand that the tripping thing was stupid. What I always enjoyed was there was a, I think it was the Pokemon trainer in that game. Their taunt was to trip. So if you were like wanting to like, it looked like you were doing the tripping animation when you did their Pokemon trainer's taunt. I think it was Pokemon Trainer. It might have been Ness. I don't know, one of those characters. I know they're totally different characters. It's just like anything else that has a chance of causing harm. If you're willing to take the risk, and risk is fun for you, like I said, extreme sports is kind of the same concept. So see, I don't actually agree with this, Vegas, and I think I might have mentioned this once. But I don't really, Vegas, I don't really ever do anything either that much myself because I'm pretty risk averse. But because I have a good job, sometimes gambling can be fun because I waste more money on less all the time. Yeah, that's fair. I think if it's within your budget and it's a choice that you want to spend money in, that's fine. I think the idea though that like, oh, well, it's a choice that you're making. I mean, I kind of agree, but then also when you take into like just general human behavior and psychology on a mass scale and you literally dangle things in front of people, especially maybe people who need money, and you say, you can get rich quick and just hit it big at the lottery. It's this easy, and then you bombard them with pictures of people having a good time, or you tell people how great their life is going to be if they buy your candy and eat your junk food and do things that are harming them. There is a maliciousness there. Like, advertising works. We know it works. To say that like, oh, just don't do it. Like, yes, on a personal level, obviously, just resist it, right? Just don't buy into the advertising. Just don't go and spend money you don't have. Don't go out and take predatory loans, right? It's easy to say that on a personal level, but we know that it works on a mass level and that more people will fall for it. More people will be swindled and tempted and they'll buy into it. And so I feel like I always sort of cringe a little bit when I hear the arguments of like, well, just don't do it. Like, just don't do the addicting thing. Just don't buy into the advertising that clearly, obviously works because our brains are wired to want things and to crave things that we don't like. I just don't like that argument. Like, again, for me, it works because I don't do that. You know, I don't go to casinos. I don't do drugs, and I don't do things that are inherently, I mean, maybe I do some stuff that's harmful for me. I don't know. I don't think I do. But like, I don't know. I just think as a general argument, that's not a good argument because we're not talking about individuals in a way. In some ways, it's more like on a mass market thing. And like, we know that if you put tempting food in front of people, some people are going to be curious and some people are going to try it and some people are going to do the thing, you know, eat the thing or engage in the sports betting or dabble in it. And some people will get hooked because we know people can get hooked because it's addicting. And we know it is because, well, it's quite well understood. So yeah, I feel like it's a, yeah, I'm always a little bit hesitant with those arguments of like, but it's your, like, it's, people should have more self-control. I mean, people should be, right? People should be more educated. They should learn the dangers. They should actively try to not do those things. But at the same time, we know that people will do them if you make it enticing enough with advertising. And so anyway, that, yeah. And I know you're not defending casinos exactly, but gambling in general. Yeah, I know. I mean, I think advertising gambling is terrible. It shouldn't be a for-profit thing by companies. If you want to gamble amongst friends, I say go for it, right? Once you start making an organization, a business, where your only goal is to have people gamble and you take a cut of it, that feels predatory. All the incentives are aligned for you to do whatever you can to get an edge, to do whatever you can to rope people in, and that's where I think it gets really dumb. Now, whether or not, again, I don't think there should be any law against gambling. Like, if you want to make a bet with someone and put something on the line, go for it. But once you start having a business that is advertising to people, trying to get new customers or, victims or whatever you want to call it, right? That's where it's bad. I mean, it's similar to like medical, like with drugs and stuff, right? Like, if you're incentivized to get people, and I'm not saying doctors are incentivized to get people hooked, right? Most aren't, and most genuinely are doing it because, they prescribe things because you can benefit from them. But if you are actively incentivized to like make money from getting people hooked on drugs, that's bad. You should not be incentivized to get people hooked on drugs, right? That should never be a thing in any business. And if it is, fundamentally there's something wrong with that business model. That's my take. It's not to say that all drugs, any prescription drug should be illegal. Of course not. But like, maybe we shouldn't have an incentive structure that allows, for people to abuse it. Same for gambling, right? Don't incentivize people to market and push gambling onto kids and children and people who should not be gambling. People who don't have money to lose. That's bad. That's predatory. Anyway, that's my stance. I don't feel like that's that hot of a take. I think that's a pretty lukewarm take. I hope. Doctors have to swear an oath not to do harm and act as an interest of the patient. Sure, but like, if all the incentive structures of the business... Again, I'm not saying all the incentive structures are that way, but when you have incentive structures that are against your oath, you're basically saying, we're going to tempt you at every step of the way, and you are going to... Yeah, that's like saying, we need people to... I don't know, I'm trying to think of it like a hypothetical example, like you must, you are not permitted to enter this park without being properly hydrated. But we don't allow water bottles. We've made sure there's no water fountains within 3 miles of this facility, and you will be scolded if we see you drinking stuff. But you must be hydrated. It's like, these two things don't align. Right? Like, yes, technically you could hydrate at home and then go to the park. But, like, why not just build the thing around... Like, if you want this to be a rule, don't create the structure around it that makes them want to break that rule, right? Like, that's bad. That's bad design. Bad system. Anyway. I realize this is an art stream. We're arting. This is what art's all about. That's literally how the opioid epidemic started. It's because they were incentivized to overprescribe. Yeah, exactly. Very much dark pattern making. I don't know that term. I feel like I've heard it before. I don't know what that means, so dark pattern making. But yeah, I think that's... Yeah, I don't know what that means, actually. I feel like I've heard that, though. But yeah, it always, I guess that kind of thing where like if you have a system that is so clearly bad, because again, this is not just used in gambling or medicine or, you know, or drugs, I should say. But it's also used in things like, you know, like safety. Like here's this inherently unsafe thing. We know that the more you do it, the less safe you are and the less safe other people are. And yet we keep incentivizing you to partake in this unsafe thing and make other people unsafe. You know, whether it's driving bigger and bigger cars or gun ownership in the US, like, you know, you might be safe if you own a gun, but the likelihood that a misplaced gun or an accident, something happens, right? We know that more guns mean more gun deaths. Like, we know that, right? We know that driving bigger vehicles makes other people less safe. You might be more safe, but overall, more accidents are more deadly and they're worse, right? And yet, we incentivize people to buy bigger cars and own more guns. Like these, we know. And then we just like, well, it's your responsibility to be a safe driver. But like, and yes, if you're gonna own a gun, be a safe gun owner. But like, you're not helping the problem by like, I don't know. It's one of those things where like there isn't really a safe way of doing it, because by the very fact of doing it, you're adding to the possible chance that something goes wrong, you know? And of course there's some risks that you do have to take, right? And I think that's more what Vegas was saying. Like like obviously if you need to drive to get from one point to another, then yeah, you have the responsibility of doing it safely. But again, it's not always that clear, right? Like if cars are being advertised as safe because it's big and look how strong it is, it's gonna protect your family, and like so you buy a big vehicle. Well, big vehicles are not more safe, right? They're safer for you, but if everybody thinks that way, then it makes everybody less safe, because one big car in the street makes everybody else a little bit less safe, right? And it's not even, because if everybody gets a big car, now everybody's less safe than if everybody has a small car. So like it's an escalating problem, and people are like, the solution to a big car is more big cars. And you have this like spiraling behavioral thing. And so yeah, it's like, I don't know, it's just very hard to break that cycle when the system is designed to encourage a behavior. The logical thing is like, if I want to be safe, I need a big car, right? Or if I think I should just, you know, exercise more self-control and it's fine. But it's like, I know that it's not helping. Anyway, I realized I pivoted to the car example because it's easier for me to make that example, but I feel like it's all they're very similar, where you have like a systematic problem, and then you tell people, instead of fixing the system, let's just tell people to like, you know, just be a better driver. Just don't partake in the thing that's bad. Like, great, but also why are we why are we trying to get other people to do it? It's like dangling a carrot in front of someone. Don't take the carrot. Don't take it. It's like, what are you doing? Like, you are just being, toxic liberal. I don't know if that's the right word for it, but it does sound like it should be. Freedom to cause harm. Yeah, and then you say, well, it's your freedom to not take the harm. It's like, come on. It feels like those kinds of arguments always feel like, those kind of arguments always feel like they disregard that humans have like biases and sort of a human nature side to them, where like you know, sugar is sweet and it tastes good, and drugs make you feel good, right? We ignore the fact that these things are real things that do things to us, and like people want to, you know, be seen nicely in the eyes of others, right? And we will do things that increase, like, there's a psychology there, right? And it's like, it's pretending that doesn't exist. So it's like, just pretend those things don't exist. Just pretend that other people's opinions about you don't affect you in any way, when they probably do a little bit, right? Just don't do that. and then you'll be fine. Or maybe we don't set up society in such a way that people feel that they have to do those things. Anyway. Maybe. This got a very... This stream went a little political. Did I just get political on you guys? I think I just got political. A little bit. Just a smidge. Not that that's ever happened before. Nuh-uh. More like ethics. Yeah, I mean, to me, it's an ethics problem. But I do want to be careful of framing political takes as ethical takes, because then it implies that, like, if you don't agree with me, you're ethically or you're morally bankrupt or something, where, like, you are actively I mean, in some ways, I do agree with that. I actually think there are certain issues where I feel like the science is out, we know that we have the data, and if you reject it, you are actively partaking in causing harm. So in some stances, I feel like it's not a debate, but also that's a sketchy position for me to hold, because you're never going to win people to your side if you're basically accusing them of being morally bankrupt. So that's risky. Not a great stance to have. Trying to lighten the shadows here. Lurk, Satria, thanks for the lurk. Lightening these shadows to make it feel more cotton candy-like. But yeah, and I realized, Vegas, I wasn't calling you out specifically with that rant. I just jumped off of what you said. Just want to clear that up. I know sometimes I springboard off people's things. Hippocratic oath, but nothing enforces it, yeah. And there should be, right? There should be systems to enforce, you know, if this is a thing that matters, we should design the system in such a way that it doesn't encourage you to break the Hippocratic oath, right? Like, yeah. I think probably in the US, right, my hunch is that you kind of have the same thing with, like, law, where, like, you must never lie under oath, and then apparently people can just lie under oath in like the highest court, and it doesn't even matter, apparently, because seemingly nothing happens. And so, like, I don't know, stuff seems weird. I don't know how that happens. I'd expect you to at least use your license. Yeah, I mean, at least have something to, like, discourage. I mean, I'm not even advising, like, it has to be a punishment to discourage it. But, like, if it comes to that, then, like, at the very least do that. Like, ideally, it wouldn't make it that far, because you'd have a system that doesn't encourage it in the first place, or you actively discourage it, right? But, like, if you have a culture that is so, like, yeah, at some point you do just have to, like, straight up punishment, but I don't think that's the ideal solution. Anyway, I'm liking this painting that I'm doing. Kinda. I don't really know what this corner shape is. I don't know if I like that corner shape. It's just a big tree. There's not really much happening here. Actually, let's get rid of that. We don't need a foreground. Who needs a foreground in their painting? Overrated. No, we're gonna put some plants in the foreground. It's a nice tree. Thanks. The tree trunk, technically. There might be leaves there. Sketching in some very, very blobby, sketchy... Actually, let's use the old Zilly brush. It's been a long time since I used this brush. Actually, that's not the brush I was thinking of. It's not a bad brush, though. I wasn't even really trying to defend any of it, to be honest. Yeah, no, I realize, more just relating it to something that, for whatever reason, is a little more acceptable in most people's minds. Yeah, no, I know, and there is, like, I actually get what you're saying, and at least I think I do, and I actually find myself kind of, you know, like there is sort of like a weird moral crossroads there for me, where like, because I kind of agree. I mean, in a lot of things, I actually do have a very libertarian like mindset to it. Like, you know, people should take some responsibility for the things they do, right? Everybody on a personal level should try to take responsibility, but also let's acknowledge the fact that, you know, psychology and, you know, basically incentives exist, and that people will do things if they're incentivized to do them. Like, you might personally not, and that's great, and I might not, because I think that's a, you know, something that I care about. But we need to acknowledge the elephant in the room, which is like human behavior. And I feel like, yeah, because that's something that I like, I do, and I will, like, I've mentioned this on stream before. Like, I think there is like a, you know, like, sometimes all you can do is focus on what you can do, right? You can't just like wish the world were different and not do anything. At some point, you have to live your life, and if that means, you know, making sure that you're responsible when you do things, regardless of what the incentives are. You know, if the world is trying to get you to gamble, you still have to be the responsible adult and say, I'm not gonna gamble, right? Because I can't afford to lose any money. And so I do believe that, but also that's never the full story. And so I feel like anytime I hear even like the slightest whisper of that kind of thinking, I feel like I'm compelled to add that other caveat, which is like, you know, take control of your own life, but also let's not pretend that everybody is going to be just like you in that. And because some people have different priorities, some people have different things they got to focus on. And so like it's always a very like, there's two sides to it, I feel like, and I always feel like I need to or want to chime in with that other side, because I do actually really like talking about the, you know, like kind of like how to get better at art, right? Like there's a lot of like ways to learn, and learning how to learn, and studying, and good habits, but like sometimes, you know, what worked for me or my situation may not be something that everybody's in, you know, so it's a little tricky. It's just a tricky conversation, because it does get a little like philosophy and political and very circumstantial based on your life. I don't know. I find it a really interesting topic, because I think it's a good, like a good mindset to adapt, is sort of like the, you know, trying to take things into your own responsibility if you can, instead of just being like, oh, I wish the world were better. Then I could, you know, it's very much like with like art, right? Like waiting until your skills are better. Like there is at some point where you just need to like take responsibility. Don't just wishful thinking, but like take the action yourself. Do the work. Make, you know, just start the thing, do the work, get better, keep improving. And there isn't like waiting around hoping that the world changes for you, kind of, you know? But at the same time, that's not the whole story, so it has to be acknowledged. Anyway. But yeah, it is weird that gambling is also super popular. I don't know if that's what we're talking about, but yeah, I think gambling's like, the gambling sites apparently weren't like one of like a lot, like one of four or something. I don't think that's the right number, but like a big portion of the Super Bowl commercials were like gambling, and it's like sports betting sites and sports betting, and like isn't like prediction markets also a thing, which is super messed up, of like literally like legalized insider trading or not enforced insider trading. Yeah, the positive duties of not excusing corporations and people when they take advantage of someone is very political indeed. I can morally excuse always blaming someone for being. Wait, I can morally excuse always blaming someone for being fooled. Sometimes it's systemic, the fooling. All sports are intertwined with gambling now. Yeah, but there's also prediction markets, Sarah, which is you can gamble on literally anything. And there's no regulation. So like if you can gamble on like, do you think a law is going to be proposed in the next week that says this? And guess who created that prediction? A person who is working on that law. And then you can just profit off of things that you know. It's like it's like the worst kind of gambling because it's actively incentivizing like insider trade. Like it's actively incentivizing like it is extremely terrible. They're as far as everything I've heard about them, it's just gambling, except it's incentivizing people who can rig it, basically. And so it's the idea that you can gamble on anything. You want to make a claim that says, I think, the president will die in the next month. Somebody can take you on that bet. And then guess what? Somebody is now incentivized to make sure that does or doesn't happen. Right? You can literally incentivize things. Like it is like absolutely like corrupt to its core. I feel like it's so grotesque that it's even a thing. Like again, this is the only arguments for it completely disregard human behavior. It's wild. Anyway, good day, Flat Joseph. How's it going? I'm just ranting over here. Just rambling about stuff. Also, can I save my image? I don't know if I can. Oh, it does. It lets me save. Predictive gambling that I've seen is basically saying what the top 10 games of the next year will be or something, but people in the industry are not allowed to take part. I mean, so most industries have rules that you can't, but I think on the platforms themselves, there's no regulation. It's not like that the police aren't gonna come after you. And also, I think you can do it anonymously. I'm pretty sure, and it's not just about sports. It's not just a sports thing. You can do it on policy. You can do it on... I'm pretty sure you can just make anything. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong on that. I don't know I'm sure every site is a little different because they are all trying to brand themselves as different prediction markets. But I'm pretty sure prediction markets in general are not inherently sports... I mean, I know a lot of them try to advertise that it's sports gambling without the gambling laws because they're not sports gambling. It's predictive markets. Right? They're trying to like separate themselves, but most of the time it's just sports betting. But they're still like, oh, I meant video game. Oh, gotcha. You meant video games. Oh, top 10 games. Gotcha. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, because I think most predictive markets, like their advertising, they try to carve themselves a niche that says we are not sports betting, but you can gamble or you can predict all these sports things, your favorite sports teams, and it's basically just sports betting with extra steps. But it's also much more insidious than that because you have non-sports stuff. Like you have policy, you have whatever you want, right? You get to make the bet. And people can choose to accept it, but not, I think CoffeeZilla on YouTube has a pretty interesting some videos on it where he dives in a little bit, and it's quite insightful and enlightening, I feel like, a little bit. I'm trying to add some gesture to these trees to make them more interesting. I feel like I've painted this exact image before. I don't know how that works. I feel like maybe today I didn't push the idea very far. I feel like I've done this literally exact painting. Do you guys ever feel like that? Or you just, whoops, I made the same painting I've made before. Yeah, you can gamble on policy, active wars. It's not ethical by any stretch of the word. Yeah, totally. Totally not. Totally not ethical. Or no, you mean it? Yeah, you know, you're right. It's not ethical. I thought you meant it's not like a moral conundrum, or like, yeah, no, it absolutely is unethical, and it's, yeah, you're basically, yeah, you can literally gamble on, like, yeah, like you said, wars. It's crazy. I mean, again, it's not a surprise. Like, we literally have, at least in the US, we have literally had a president release, like, a pump and dump crypto scheme. So, I'm laughing, but it's ridiculous. And literally, like, also just, like, bribery and, yeah, it just, I mean, that's not even top 100 issues. But anyway, I don't want to get political. This isn't political. This is art. Art's not political. Not that this art is. This is a tree. This tree is not political, I assure you. It's just colors around Valentine. Pink and red, Valentine's colors. This tree is not political. Okay, anyway, I'm sitting on my foot. I should stop doing that. Let me sit up straight. I kind of like this tree. I think it's fun. Let's go in with this brush. I'm lasso tooling some flower shapes. Probably not great, but, and I say not great because I don't know if it's the best way to do it. What if I go blue? It's not bad. There, that's not bad. A bit of a blue look to it. I'm adding some texture in here. Nothing crazy. I could probably merge all of this and do like a little bit of blending. Especially down here where it's like not that important. Because this is the base of the tree. So kind of smudge some of these shapes. Smudging and carving. Also get some of this white back here to overlap. I'm trying to stay zoomed out a little bit. I know I zoomed in a bit earlier, but I think at this stage I can treat it almost like an overpaint. Just stay zoomed out, really focus on the big picture. I think that's a big thing with environments. It's just saying, not allowing yourself to get too caught up in details. I don't know, at least not at first. Do we want like a branch over here? Maybe. That'd be kind of fun. I like that. Little bits of just additional branches sticking up. Maybe some branches here. Kind of the same, mirroring the same shapes. Kind of give them, almost, they look like little feet or something. They're little like legs. And then putting some light over here, just kind of flowing. Little swooshy shapes, kind of just fluttering in the background. With like the lights catching, but I'm not really putting the shadows. I feel like for something like this, where you have this like foggy effect, you don't actually need the shadows on everything. Sometimes just the light's good, and sometimes just the shadow is good. Although I am trying to come in here with some harsher shapes, or harsher edges, to make some fun shapes. I will say, I think this one, because I don't remember what the old painting that I did, because I've done a painting similar to this before. But I don't know what it looked like exactly. I might have to dig it up. But I'm pretty sure that this one is a lot, it solved a lot of the problems that the other one didn't. So like sometimes when I do like these wispy, bright trees or something, or like if I do like a thing that has similar shapes, after I paint, I realize that I'm not a huge fan of it, and so there's always something that like I could have done better, and then I sort of try to remember that, and if I ever paint something similar, I'll be like, oh, I've learned last time that when I do this kind of thing, I should, you know, make more shapes than I think I need, right? Because if I just make a few spindly shapes, it's not going to look as complex enough or as intricate as they are in real life, right? So like I should push the design a little more. And so I don't know if I did that today. I think I did. I think I've pushed the design a bit. Not sure what to think of this kind of weird style. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Oh, I like it. What do you mean by weird style? I think it looks good. I like the lighting that you did. Also, especially like when the yeah, no, I think it's good. I think it has a cool
It's a nice way to frame the image, and I mean, I think it, even without the lighting, it feels like it probably does a pretty good job of framing stuff, but I like it a lot. Looks very clear. Also, I feel like you did a really good job on the hands. The lighting's more graphic. Yeah, it is. I like it though. Yeah, the bottom one, the lighting's a little weird. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. I feel like the cups themselves should be in shadow still or something. Or I don't exactly understand what's going on with the lighting in the bottom. But the top two, I think, look really good. And also the lighting on the second panel on the top looks really good. With the going over the liquid. Yeah, I think you did a really good job. Yeah, I feel like whatever you did, keep doing it. I feel like in terms of style and graphic read, like I think that's to me it's a pleasing graphic read. It reminds me a little bit of like how-to panels. Not that that is what yours is, but it has like it's very illustrative. I don't know if that's the right word. I think that's not, probably ignore what I just said actually. But it does, yeah, it has a vibe. I like it. It's clear, it's nice to look at. There's nothing that like jumps out at me as like that's weird, you know? Which is I think a solid spot to be in. You know. Now I want more coffee, even though I had a cappuccino earlier. You and you, weird coffee drinkers. Just kidding. Yeah, I can't remember the last time I had a coffee. And I'm obviously kidding. You're not weird for liking coffee any more than I am weird for drinking my leaf water. Bean water or leaf water, I guess. Either way. But yeah, pretty much anything can sound really stupid if you just summarize it in a dumb way. I think it's funny. I think I could get into coffee, but I don't want to. Like, I feel like if I just drank it enough, I would eventually like it. Gutter water? It's not gutter water. That is factually incorrect. Although is a similarity in that gutter leaves are in gutters and also water. I like tea now too. I just don't usually buy it because it's cheap to make at home. Yeah, true. Fair point. Yeah, if you're buying it somewhere, then yeah. Also, like I feel like, well, I don't know how I feel about it. Tea for me is like a thing that I make for myself because there's like I don't know, I wouldn't call it a ritual, but like something about me making it. It's not about like a specific flavor or having someone make it to a formula. I don't know, I kind of like that I just like stick a tea bag or dump tea into a cup and put some milk in there and not really think about it, you know? And like I kind of know what I'm going to get, but also I'm not too picky about it. But like having someone else make it for me would feel like now I have to judge whether or not I like how they make tea, which just feels like a weird thing. Like I just want tea. I don't know. Whereas maybe coffee, I don't know, I guess coffee is the same, right? I don't know what I don't really have a point I'm trying to make. I'm just rambling. Like leading up to some big revelation, but nothing came. You enjoy getting coffee out because I love dairy, but I don't allow myself to have as much dairy at home these days. That's a good way to limit, I guess. I bought plum cinnamon tea today and I kind of regret it. What? That sounds delicious. Wait, plum cinnamon. That is a weird flavor, but also kind of fun. I enjoyed trying new drinks though, like that. Like today I had an iced tea I got at work. It was like a fake sugar one. And normally I'm skeptical because those things don't taste that good, but this actually tasted okay. It was it was a peach. It's a peach tea. You sound delicious. Didn't enjoy the first cut very much. No, that's a shame. But that's okay though, right? Like I mean, isn't that part of trying new things? Is like you don't always know how it's gonna be, but it's like in some ways it's I don't know. Maybe I'm strange here, but I think part of the trying the new thing, even if I don't like it, I'm actually like that's part of that experience. Is like I'm still glad and like you learn you know sure you didn't discover your new favorite thing, but like if you wanted that you just stick to your favorite thing and like who no need to explore new things, you know? Like I feel like exploring the new things is part of the deal and it's kind of part of the enjoyment of it. Like it almost doesn't even matter if I enjoy it if it's something new. And I don't know, that's how I feel like when I'm like doing an activity with other people, kind of. Well, yeah, mostly. I'm sure there's exceptions, but like if I'm doing an activity with other people, it kind of doesn't matter what it is or if I even like intrinsically enjoy it because I can still enjoy the experience of doing the thing with the people. Like I don't know. I've always been a little resistant to like I mean it's funny I say this. I'm going to be a hypocrite for a second cuz like I always say like I don't like war movies. Like in general just they're boring as heck. But like I think I can pretty much like any movie if I'm watching it with people and we have you know maybe a reason to be watching it, you know, like it's something that somebody is excited about seeing it, I can be excited about it too. I feel like I can get into most things. Now on my own I would need a reason, like I'm not, you know, we were talking about filtering information earlier and that's to me like the fact if a movie is a war movie and it's on my own I'll just like it's not interesting, right? That's my filter. It doesn't mean that if I watch it, I'll hate it. It just means I'd rather go into, you know, I'd rather spend time watching a different movie if it's going to be on my own. But I think in general, yeah, especially if it's like with people, I can pretty much enjoy anything. I mean, I'm sure there's exceptions, right? And sometimes the experience is so miserable, it's like everybody hates it. But then again, that in and of itself is like a thing that is kind of nice in a way. Again, obviously there's exceptions. I feel like I have to say that because somebody's like, what about being in a hurricane? Having it ruin your house? And I'm like, okay, that's bad. That doesn't mean it's enjoyable just because you're with other people. Obviously bad stuff can happen. But I think a lot of times though, things are like, especially like I don't know, like experiences of like entertainment, you know, was a movie good or was a game good, was a whatever, like that to me is so I don't know, Sometimes it's not about the movie or the game or whatever. Most of the time it's not. This is kind of fun. I'm just I've always liked making forests of trees like this, just like foggy forests, where you get to play around with shapes. It's very abstract, but it also still has a... Yo, Gab Paints, how's it going, Gab? But yeah, I've always liked this kind of thing, because there's a lot of, yeah, just playing with shapes, carving out things, you know, making zigzags here and there. Although I should be a little bit more, I should be a little bit more, conscientious, is that the right word? Conscious, aware of the shadow shapes. Or of the shadows themselves. So like if this is the shadow side. Sarah says, I saw a newish Jurassic movie with your mom and sister, even though we all expect it to be terrible, and it was, lol, except the environments, which were pretty. But I never get to see movies with other people, so we all happened to be in town together, and it was the only semi-interesting thing showing. So it was fun just to see it together. Yeah, exactly, right? That's a good way to do it. I mean, and even more to your point, or to the point, just in, not your point, but the point, you know, like your comment on the environments were cool, right? That's another thing, especially with art, where like I've learned, I feel like I've been getting, where I feel like I've learned, I think it's fair to say I've learned it, where like I can kind of just like, okay, whatever, the plot sucked, but the environments were awesome, or, you know, what a great soundtrack, or, you know, like what a great, I really liked, you know, the concept behind it, even if the plot and some of the stuff was a little bad, you know, like there's always something, there's always a silver lining. I feel like I'm pretty good at like picking the thing that I do like, because that's kind of how you learn, at least for me, it's sort of how I learn art in general, of like learning what you like and thinking about what works and what doesn't. And yeah, maybe your whole painting, maybe you don't like it, but you learn to find out what did work, and you learn what, you know, maybe it was the colors, maybe it was the process that you did, you liked part of it but not all of it, and so you keep what you like, and you, I don't know, I feel like I've in some ways trained myself to pay attention to that stuff, of like what I do like and what I don't, and not really worry about what I don't like, because I'm focusing on the stuff I do. Avatar is the epitome of that concept. God-awful story and dialogue, but gorgeous environments. I only saw the first two Avatars, and I thought the story in the first one, which was very basic, was good. I actually like the direction they went. The second one, I genuinely don't remember what it was about. It was just like the whale, they were like whaling, right? Like poachers, basically. They were hunting. It felt like they were trying to do like a family, like I think I remember what that one was. They were like, that one was, I don't really know what they were trying to do with the second one. I feel like I need to watch it again. It was gorgeous though. In the mining. The first one was mining, right? They were trying to blow up the tree. Were they mining in the second? I don't remember that. I just remember they were like poaching the whale things that talked and felt or whatever. And they had just fled. That's where the movie starts out. Was it only? I don't know if it was only whaling. I mean, it wasn't literally whaling, but like I think that was a big part of it, wasn't it? I don't remember the mining. Was that in the third? Maybe I haven't seen the third. I don't know what the third was about. It's possible it had mining in it. Honestly, I did like it. I actually enjoyed the second when I was watching it, but it's been a while and I can't remember what it's about. I think I liked it though. I shouldn't say this, but I may or may not have it on my computer. I might watch it now that we're talking about it. I kind of want to see it again. I mean, no, I don't have it on my computer. I definitely don't have that. Yeah, I think there's already a third. Isn't it already out? That was the fire one. There was the Way of Water, and then there was like the fire. Something of ash, maybe? I don't know. I don't know what it's called. I will admit, Avatar is one of my favorite, or the Blue People Avatar is one of my favorite series. Even though the movies themselves are not, you know, like you said, there might be issues with the plot. I just think from an artistic point of view, they're some of my favorites. I can use them as examples for like good design and environment design and creature design and everything design. Like I can just use them as examples of things I think did really well. And I actually think they suit the story quite well. There might be some choices that I don't totally agree with, but I don't know. Overall, I really like it. Wow, Avatar is trying to capture Avatar. When does the Fire Nation attack? I think that's in the third one. I think the Fire Nation comes. Yeah, I think the Fire Nation attacked about a month ago, according to Vegas. Until the Fire Nation attacked. No, I don't know anything about the third, though. I haven't seen it. I want to see it. They actually do attack? I think so. I don't know. I don't know who the fire... I doubt it's... I doubt it's the... I don't know. He intends to have 5 total... So first you had Earth, right? Then you had water. Then you had fire. No. First was air. Sorry. Air. First was air. Then you have water. Then you have fire. So the next has to be Earth. It has to be like ground, going underground, burrowing. We've got to have the burrowing underground creatures. They're going to come up and be earthbenders. Okay, if we've got Earth, then what's the next one? They all unite? That's it. That's the story arc right there. We've solved Avatar. So next is gonna be the mining, or maybe the mining was in third. I don't know. And then the 4 elements are gonna unite and have a big ol' something. I don't know. And they hang out with Toph. Yeah, Toph was honestly the greatest character in that entire show. I think. I know everyone loves Zuko, but Toph was... I feel like every scene with Toph was just fun, and that's what that movie, or that's what that series was for me, was just fun. Just good, genuine, just a good time. That's what Avatar was. Also, thank you for the follow. Although I might be one of the few people who was not a huge fan of Korra. I know everybody loves Korra. They were like, it's such a great series. They did such a good job. They did, but also I'm not a huge fan. For those who don't know, I just started talking about Avatar The Last Airbender. We went from Avatar Blue People to Avatar Last Airbender. So if somebody didn't know what I was talking about, and they were following the Avatar conversation, yeah, that's why. I just switched topics halfway through. Cameron really loves diving and deep sea stuff, so he wants to do one at the Challenger Deep or Mariana Trench. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's true. I do imagine Avatar is, like, they'll stay pretty water-based, probably. Sarah says Korra's story is a bit all over the place, but I still like it overall, and I like her as a character. That's true. I think she has a good character. And I think in terms of, like, story, I think it's probably pretty good. I mean, if like Avatar, the first one, the story was kind of non-existent in a way. Like, the only characters who had real story arcs were, like, Zuko. I mean, I guess technically they all had their own story arcs, but they weren't. It was more just, like, good fun, and there was story, but I don't know. I feel like Korra was more about story in some ways. I don't know. It's been a while since I've seen it. So I could be wrong. I don't have very good, like, entertainment and media takes. I only know Airbender from the Netflix show. Oh, God. In the first one, well, I mean, there was story, but it was like there was a lot of like on the way stuff. So, like, we're going from point A to point B, and then, like, stuff happens, but then you kind of continue on your journey, right? So, like, story happened, I guess, but for a lot of the episodes, it wasn't really relevant, I felt. Like, they always had a big overarching goal. There was always, like, you know, problems they faced that were, like, little mini things, but it wasn't, like, I don't know. Maybe that's probably not the right way to describe it. I don't quite have the right words to describe it. Oh no, only knowing it from the live action. I don't even remember which is the live action. Hold on. Did they? You're not talking about the movie, right? Did they actually have? Oh no, it actually wasn't that bad. I actually didn't mind the live action one. I remember. I didn't mind it. It wasn't great. It definitely lost some of the... It wasn't amazing, but it wasn't terrible. No, not... So that's what I thought Vegas was talking about. No, not the M. Night Shyamalan. The M. Night Shyamalan one is the one people pretend doesn't exist because it was so bad. They didn't even pronounce the M. Night Shyamalan... They didn't even pronounce Aang's name right. They literally mispronounced the main character's name. That's how bad... Anyway, bad choices all around. Like, come on, if you're working from a source material, at least get the name right. They say it in the original. Yeah, the Netflix one wasn't bad. I mean, it definitely had tone changes that didn't exist in the original. So, like, they really did the thing I don't like about the Netflix one, now that I'm remembering it as we're talking about it, they tried to make it, like, action-y, and so they tried to, like, it's clear they did the classic Netflix thing where they're like, we want people to be hooked in the first minute, and so, like, explosions and drama and, like, you know, they do all the things to, like, try to get you hooked in instead of just telling a story in a way that's good storytelling works. They're focused more on, like trying to they're like trying to cater to low attention spans or something, and I think that's just not a good priority for a story. Like, you should, yes, you want to make a story exciting, but you can also do it in a way that prioritizes character development and storytelling. And also, like, the time constraint seemed a little bit
rushed. It just was kind of weird. Some very strange choices, but I think it was still okay-ish, just not the same. I don't feel like I could really say that, like, oh, I saw the original. Like, it was different enough in tone that you know, it just wasn't the same. Anyway, I'm getting ready to end stream. But thank you guys for hanging out. Good rants today, good conversations. They did the same with 3 Body Problem. I enjoyed the show, but didn't get anywhere near as close to as awesome as the book. Yeah, I mean that typically happens, but yeah, and I think it's a struggle, because then, like, when we're discussing things, right, it's like you have this sort of disconnect of you know, what one person, because then there's like the basic story, right, but then there's also the tone and development and like how the story is told, which is super important for a lot of things, most things. But yeah. Mr. Skellen says, allegedly not true, that the original creators wanted to rewrite a lot of the core plot elements so they weren't doing the same thing twice. Which, if it's actually true, why sign on for a remake? Or if you're, I mean, but they were still pretty, I mean, so here, you want to hear a really hot take? I actually think if you're gonna do from animation to live action, I think you should change a lot. Or if you do from a book to a movie, you should change a lot. You should rewrite stuff. So, like, you know, again, not the greatest movie ever, but Ready Player One, I think, is a really good example of what a rewrite. Now, again, movie still had tons of problems, but I think the rewritten parts were great. Minus the going backwards in the race. That was stupid, because every gamer would go backwards in a race. Like, that's just game. Have you ever met a gamer? Have you ever played a video game? Anyway, but I think Ready Player One, the rewrite was awesome, considering how different it is. Like, every single trial, every single thing in that movie is not in the book. It's the same premise, same characters, but totally different situations. And I think it is a good example of what I mean, again, there's acting problems, there are issues, right? But as far as like the writing goes, it feels pretty good. I thought it was a pretty good remake. I think that's how shows and books to movies or anime to movies should be. Because a lot of times you will lose something. I think anime to live action is the most apparent, because you have, like, in anime, you have, like, you know, like I think even in Avatar, you have, like, situations where, like, the characters essentially turn. Does it happen in Avatar? Where, like, you have, like, extremely exaggerated expressions, like faces literally. Here, I can draw it. Where, like, faces being literally, you know, you have a normal person's face, right? And then suddenly they'll smile and their face will be like this, right? Or that's not a smile, but like the you know, distortion and an emotion that is not human, and it adds to a tone, right? This adds to a tone that is just not achievable in live action. Like, it just, you're never gonna capture that level of goofiness in a character's expression, right? When Aang is jumping around and being crazy in the first scenes, when he's like doing his, you know, like floating on his air, whatever, you know, he's doing, like, you just never get the silliness that you're gonna get in a live action movie. Why include a scene that you can't depict in live action? Invent something new to show. If you want to show that he's a goofball, do something that's different than this magical thing that you can't properly show, you know, like you get what I'm saying? Like, I think take what the goal is. Say, goal is to show Aang is a goofball, and he's messing around and he's still a child at heart. Create something that you can actually show that shows that. Don't try to like stick to the anime and then fail to live up to it, because it actually could push those boundaries, right? I think it's good to redesign stuff. But yes, I realize it fails a lot. And I know it's such a super hard task for writers and directors and everything. But I will stand by it. I think from like a sort of a philosophical point of view, I think it's a good... It's not a bad choice to like not adhere to the book or not adhere to the anime. I just think a lot of times people try to like do it and they don't get far enough away, and it's just like, why did you make this one random choice? And it feels a little off. KZ Snows is just popping out of lurk for a sec so I could peep this high art. High art, ah yes, very high art. It is a tree. We were talking about this earlier because I went on a mild political rant, and I was talking about how. And then I made the stupid comment that sometimes people say is like, well, all art's political. And I'm like, yeah, my trees are very politically motivated trees. Lots of deep political meaning in here. Yes, very high art. The highest of art right here. I just don't see the point of adapting something from a medium that is inherently more free to one than is more limited. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fair thing, right? Like, yeah, I kind of get it. But if someone's going to throw enough money at you to make an adaptation, I still think a good way to do it is to, like, rewrite it so that you can actually do the thing. Like, one that gets me is in books. So books are notorious for, like, internal dialogue because they're really good at that, right? You can just literally have a character speak to the viewer as if it's their thoughts. If you're gonna do an adaptation, like, please don't just have the entire movie be a voiceover. Like, there's gotta be a better, like, please show us, do some show don't tell. Like, I understand in books it works really well because you can have inner dialogue, but when the only way to do it in a movie is just to have, like, character, I mean, again, nothing wrong with character narration from time to time, but like at some point it just feels bad, at least to me. I don't know, like there are ways to design a movie that can have characters acting on screen, doing things, showing you who they are, that isn't just them talking to themselves. Books are great at that, right? I like it in books. Please have characters talk to me in books. Please don't have characters talk to me in movies. Or at least keep it at a minimal, right? Anyway, that's my thing. If I remember correctly, says Mr. Skellen, they were rewriting Iroh's character to make him secretly a double agent, like actually evil the whole time. What? That's weird. I mean, I guess if you want to do something like that. That's my worry about Hail Mary Project. Yeah, exactly right. Like that seems like a hard book to do because it's one dude on, well, like a lot of that movie takes place in his head trying to think about what the other thing is thinking and how to solve the problem. And when you're trying to have an internal dialogue, what if I do this and this and this? No, that's not going to work. Crap. What if I do this instead? Right? Like, oh, nope, that's not going to work either. Like, how do you show that without just having them say it? Like, trying to like, oh, I have an idea, right? Martian was very good, though. Yeah, Martian was good. Yeah. Hopefully if they, if it's the same director or they take note from that, they can totally do it. Martian was good. Martian did a great job. Yeah, I prefer adaptations to not be one-to-one direct copies. They need to be contextualized for the medium. But if you want to change some of the core of what makes the thing what it is, why not just rewrite a new story with the same setting? Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. But I think that's the key, right? Is finding what the core of the thing is. Sometimes the
Like, take for example The Martian. I'm just gonna assume everybody's seen it. Dude gets trapped or stranded on Mars, and he has to survive on very limited resources, and he has to, as his term, science the shit out of it. And it's basically just him solving difficult problems one after another and trying to survive. And it's fun, it's humorous. There's a lot of, like, you know, highs and lows, and it's very cool, I think. I think they did a good job. Now, I think if you really, really wanted, you could have basically the same story. Not that you would ever need to do this for The Martian, because you can match it 1-to-1, but you could have the same story with slightly different problems to solve, right? Instead of, you know, his potato farm being blown up, it could be, you know, something else, right? A different thing, a different science problem goes wrong, and he has to solve it in a different way. In theory, you could do this, you know, as long as the big major story beats, like making certain contact or like doing certain things, getting from one spot to another because that's how he's gonna leave Mars, right? As long as the big major stuff's the same, the little problems and how he solves them, I wouldn't care if that was different. Like, maybe that's a hot take. Hopefully not. But I think it's when they like writers or directors or whoever misses like the thing that made people like it in the first place. That's where I feel like sometimes it goes wrong. Like, this is why I think Ready Player One worked, because